Hello everybody, welcome to what still is technically a flat Thursday by 2 minutes. By 2 minutes. What we're going to do, speaking of two, is we're going to do two spacescapes on our very flat ornaments here. Because as we know, the universe, it's flat. So we're going to try and maybe paint up a couple of these right here. Just some fun times here with a little bit of spacey-scape type stuff. We'll see what we can make happen here on our little circular compositions. We got some paints out on the palette. Hey there, Landrast. Check this out. I think I figured out how to use Meshy, Landrast. Yeah, look at this. You think I figured out how to use Meshy? Huh? Yeah, look at that. Oh, especially this one. Where's the one? Where are you? This one is. Oh, here we go. Look at this. Look at this. That's that's Radagast right there. Not too shabby, wouldn't you say? Yeah, not. Look at this. There's a generic Wraith right there. We got ourselves two different versions of Boromir. There's one. There's Aomir right there. I think is this? Oh yeah, here's Sam. Look at that. Sam's even got himself a backpack. Hey there, Bryce. How you doing? So there's that's Ranger, Aragorn. Then we've got King. Oh, look at this. So that's Grima. So Bryce, remember I was talking about? Oh, look at this. Here's Treebeard. Yeah, there's Treebeard. Again, that's Radagast right there. I think this is. Oh yeah, that's Arwen there. Here we go. Here's King Elisar. So there's Aragorn as king. Oh, here's Saruman. Oh, yep, there's Saruman right there. Is this okay? That's oh, that must be our Eowyn. There's a new Galadriel. Oh, look at this. There's Bilbo right there. Hey there, Chef Berber. How you doing? So there is Lurtz right there. Oh, and there's our Legolas right there. So again, that is all based on. Do I actually have any of them up here? Oh yeah, we do. Well, we have one. Well, I have a couple of them here. So again, these are some of our Lord of the Rings gummy bears that we have done. I'll probably be redoing Gollum there as well. Where the heck are all the rest of them? Not sure where the rest of them went. So Bryce, I hope that you're doing well. Now Bryce, I think I don't know if you've seen this yet. Actually, this video just went up on YouTube. So this is another thing that I also made with Meshy right here. So that was super cool. That's one of several things because well, guess what? There's more right here. Whoops, wrong way. So there's a few more. And then, of course, there's this one right here, which I'm super happy about. Look at that fabulous shield right there. So yeah, these are some more miniatures right there. So yep, that was painted that on stream last week, and we'll be painting, I believe, this one tomorrow right here again. That's the same figure, and I just learned something new, Landrest. I figured out how to make those things not be gigantic, like as in colossally humongous there. So yeah, these guys are super fun right here. I can't believe that I was, and let's see, I think this one is, so that one is Pippin and Gondor armor right there. And again, that's an Aomir. There's Boromir. Oh, and here's the Witch King right there. So yeah, that's the Witch King there. Alright, let's get down to business here. We're just going to start chucking around some stuffs here. Let's do that. Let's just start doing some stuff here. Oh, okay, I do have my Prussian blue. I'm like, where's my Prussian blue? We need some Prussian blue. Oh, I don't have my Corsair. Oh, I think they're still hanging on the tree. Yeah, oh gosh, that's what I forgot. My two Corsair ornaments. Well, maybe I'll grab them later. I have to. I'll probably have to like wash my hands or something like that too at some point during this. So yeah, when that happens, maybe we'll go and grab those. Hey there, AD. How you doing? So AD, yeah, printed out basically all of the what would you say, all of our little gummy bears there, and I think we've got her. So I think I've got it figured out now how to use Meshy on a number of for the kind of the last, well, not the last, but another mystery was solved at least earlier today, just kind of by accident. Nice to see you there, Arid. So, wait a little bit, Arid Nady, before you share stuff. Wait till there's some more folks in the chat and everything. But everybody, please give AD, of course, and Arid some follows. Again, if you guys want to post stuff now, that is fine, but maybe wait just a little bit so that more folks can get in here. So great to see you there, Chef. Where did that brush go? Oh, I think I just must have put it over there. No, that's not the one. Where did you? Oh, there you are. That's the one I'm looking for right there. So we're gonna do this. Also, let me get a little bit of thinner in that too. So yeah, I'm super chuffed about those. How those came out. Again, I wasn't sure what the heck was gonna happen with them. Never done anything like that before. Let's put it this way, though. I'm glad that I waited, Bryce. To remember how I was saying I was gonna wait till I had things kind of figured out with the with Meshy, or just how to make the files and everything. I'm really glad now that I waited, for sure. Fine. I'm gonna roll with some of the chromium oxide green here. Just reasons, whatever. Don't care. Oh yeah, I'm a little bummed though. I forgot the Corsair ornaments though. That would have been fun to have. So Bryce, yeah, there's well, ironically enough, the reason why I had these is because I was making the Eowyn video, right? The Eowyn showcase video, and I liked the image that it created so much that I said, I wonder if I could make miniatures out of these. So yeah, these are actually like as in animated, and then I took the original photos again that they were animated from, and then created the final version, so to speak. Yeah, AD. I was not quite sure what was going to happen with those, right? You never quite know how things are going to work out until you actually try it. And again, my first experience with Meshy was absolutely abysmal. And that the big part of that was, unfortunately, I was working from so-called tutorials that were less than garbage. Yeah, I mean, everything that they said was completely wrong. I mean, as in completely wrong, it's like, did you guys actually use Meshy? Or were you using something else? Because whatever you guys were using, that is not what I was using. And I made sure that these were, not something that was 2 years old. They were only like a month or so old, and yet they were beyond useless. So that was not helpful, to say the least. Okay, so we got our mountains in there, such as it is. Let's have that go this way. And of course, we're going to be taking pictures of these along the way. But again, great to see everybody here. Well, happy Friday now. Well, unless you live in Tampa Bay and you're a Bucks fan, in which case maybe you ain't so happy. You might not be super delirious there after tonight. I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna get this. And we're gonna do this in here. Chromium oxide green. Doing the stuff here. So Bryce, hopefully you've been able to make some progress on your Golden Demon stuff. So Landress, were you just going to be painting tonight then, since there was no flicks or anything like that? Yeah, I'm gonna go this way with it. And just roll like that. Some more of our lighter stuff up there. Oh, there's more folks. AD and Arid. If you guys want to share some stuff in the chat, there's more folks watching now. If you would like to have some stuff out there for people to see, that'd be fantabulous. So, oh wait, picture time, time out. Hold on a second there. Hold on. I'm just gonna unplug this because otherwise, that is that's a disaster waiting to happen. I could end up knocking all of those freshly printed miniatures on the floor. And this is how we started out our Corsairs, by the way. No sketchy stuff, no nothing, just paint right there. Everybody check out that Pinterest link that Irid just shared. And again, AD, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go right on ahead and do that. Where did that brush go? It was just over here. That's the green one. I'll just use this. Fine. Or maybe not. I think this still has some of the primer in it here. So, how's about we do that? Really smush that stuff out of there. Hey there, Camda. So, Camda, well, I'm going to take a quick little pause here. Look at this. Look at that, Camda. Oh, there's a Balrog. Yeah, look at that. There's a Balrog in there. But this is, I still can't believe this. It's not just Radagast. He has 3 birds and he has Sebastian. Yeah, that's his little hedgehog buddy right there. Check it out. I mean, we got Saruman. Where's Grima? Oh, there's Grima. Yeah, I mean, look at that. That is not too shabby, right? That ain't too shabby. Everybody check out that Insto link that AD Creations just shared. Get that off of here. Where'd my brush just go? It was in my hand there a second ago. Let's gather up some lighter stuffs, shall we here? I'm gonna go with something like this. Little planetoid action here, maybe. Something like that, perhaps. Let's have some lighter stuff over here in our sky, which means that is going to be reflected here. Some of that going to be reflected there. Camda, I think I did send you, I think I sent you a bunch of them too, right, AD? I think I sent you a whole bunch of the files. And Landrest, I bet you, I think I sent you a big batch. And Camda, I don't know if I've sent you every one of them. There's so many. I mean, there's literally, and there's more. There's a new Gandalf. There's a new Frodo. Again, I'm going to be redoing, I'm going to redo this here. Because again, the sculpt was not quite, it's just very difficult to print out. So we're going to redo that one. Again, I just remember when we first made those, I wasn't even using Copilot. I was just using like some generic horrible thing. And now, of course, we're using something a little bit snazzier now. Let's put it that way. Yeah, it's just a bit snazzier what we're using. Let me get this into this. And then we're going to start to do this here. It's almost a little bit of Bob Rossian type landscape stuff there. Yeah. Let's just roll with that on this side too. Like so. This is old-fashioned oil painty stuff, right, Landras? Look at that. Actually, geez, Landress, you're gonna have to do some of those. Speaking of landscapes, you're gonna have to do some of your landscapes again there at some point. Those were looking really nifty. I did get the Gandalf video that is filmed and that is ready to not filmed, but it's all edited and rendered and stuff. So yes, the Gandalf showcase video is ready to rock and roll. Now, Bryce, I wasn't sure if you saw the Arizona video. That was uh, that was one that I've been wanting to do for a very, very, very long time, and I was really glad that I could actually get a chance to finally create that. Maybe a little thinner in there. Let's get some of our rocky stuff down in here. So yeah, I'll try to get the link up there for you. Still waiting on Armored Wolf. So Valfira, did you see what the Dirty Birds did to the Bucks there? Oh man, we thought college was crazy, and of course, Valfira, did you hear the whatchamacallit, the the Vandy coach? He said, "Well, of course we're going to play in our bowl game. It's a football game. We play football." So Cam, I do words, and the Vanderbilt football program plays football, which is apparently that's a novel thing these days, right, Valfira? Is that college football programs? Oh, wait a minute, they play football. Who would have thought, Valfira? Yeah, very suspicious, right? So we got another one of our little blendy type brushes out here. Well, look at that. Wouldn't you know, the blendy brush does blendy things. I do words, the blendy brush does blendy things. Huh. What do you know about that? Well, looky there. I'll be doggone. It's doing blendy things. Who would have thought? We call it a blending brush, and it blends stuff. That ain't supposed to happen. So again, not Armored Wolf. Well, he just got that printer, so Armored Wolf might be a little bit busy trying to set that up. Of course, that's not going to be helpful. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Maybe I actually. Come on. Here we go. Check this out. So that should be the video there, Bryce. That's the Arizona video there. I would not. I would not be opposed to that, Valfira. Not at all. I would not be opposed to that. So again, that video right there, that is the Arizona tribute video. And that was done with one of our 1800 scale ships. That was one of the very, very first ships that I ever painted. As in like one of the very, very first. So the other thing this does is doesn't just smooth stuff out, it's also getting rid of some of that extra paint. And you can see the magic of the alkyds here because they're already starting to set a little bit. I mean, even at this very early stage, they are already starting to set, which is really nifty, of course, very helpful. Now, picture time again. Especially at these early stages, things are changing quick, so we got to make sure we keep up with that. So sorry everything is later here, Valfira. I was trying to get all of those things cured, and there's like, I mean, let's see what's all in here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. So there's about 25 because one of them is a double because of Aomir. Oh, look at there's Theoden right there. Oh, and there's There's one. I got two different Boromirs. There's one of the Boromirs there. We got two different Aragorns. Yeah, we we went all out. We went all out on those. That's something I've been working on really, really, really heavily. And of course, the last video. Oh, I also filmed episode 4 of series 48. So this one right here, this is featured. All of those AON figures, they are all featured very, very prominently in the latest tutorial video on the Patreon page. So if you want to learn how I made all this stuff, that is, of course, on the Patreon page because that's what we do. We do tutorials here. Also words, right, Camda? Tutorials and also words. Now, this is once again we there's the caveat, right? We do not profess to be able to do words well. We just do words. How well the words happen, well, don't know about that. It's almost like we got ourselves one of those palette knives there. I do remember doing stuff like this when I was a kid. Let me get that over here and then down, out that a ways. Maybe we'll change that a little. Valfera, that's the plan. They are adding, they want it to be 16. Well, of course, they also want it to be 24. Oh, yeah, sorry about that, Bryce. I really thought. Now, of course, we'll see what happens with JMU and what's not and actually Duke. There were no ACC teams, right? Oh no, Miami made it. Yeah. So there now Duke must have made it, right? Because Duke won the ACC. So yeah, Duke won the ACC, so they must somehow they got to be in the playoffs. Now unless I got that wrong, which I could, of course. Again, getting our little planetoid in there. Hey there, Armored Wolf. So Armored Wolf, yeah, you'll have to tell Bryce about the big surprise. It literally was a big surprise, right, Armored Wolf? And like I said, I'll try to set you up a drop box there. Oh, let me just get all this stuff out of here. There's a whole bunch of nasty stuff in here. All right, that's better. That is more like it. All right. Maybe a little bit more of a Prussian blue. There we go. Now we're talking. In you go. We'll obviously get some of our violet in there too. Because, well, reasons. We need some of our shadow snow on there. Perhaps a touch of thinner as well. Like you do. Maybe not too far down there. Hey there, recoil. So recoil, I'll show them again later, and obviously I'll be sending you the pictures. I think I've got, even now, I've got 25 printed gummy, Lord of the Rings gummy bears. That doesn't count the redone Gandalf, the redone Frodo. But just for printing purposes, the new ones are a lot easier to print out. because of how they were made with whatchamacallit, GPT. That's right. Yeah, that made them a much easier to print file. The tree beard, I was able to clean it up, and it almost pretty much stayed the same, unlike the other one. So there's the tree beard one recoil. Look at that. But recoil, I mean, this. Look at that Radagast right there. That's pretty wild, I gotta say. So great to see you there, recoil. Actually, recoil, I just learned something. Remember how I was saying that the files are like gigantic in terms of, well, not only their numerical size, but just the physical size? Well, I found out why they're that way. So, of course, after doing all this stuff, I basically have to redo them all. I mean, again, it's not a big deal, but I mean, as they basically have to upload them or download them again, but with the different size, and then I'll have to go in and then fix the for whatever reason, a whole bunch of it kind of gives you the non-manifold error thing. Because I didn't want people to have to deal with gigantic files in the Dropbox folder there. So we're trying to again get our mountains reflected in there. So Rico, I'm very, very excited. Now, of course, it took almost all. Remember those? I bought 1,000 credits recoil. Yeah, it took almost all of those. It took darn near all of the credits to be able to recreate those. All right, we're going to change this around over here. We are going to make ourselves a bit of a change there. It was definitely worth it, recoil. It was definitely worth doing that. Now the thing is, recoil, what's interesting is that apparently it just doesn't like multi-views. And that's the thing that, remember, and again, all that stuff that I did is completely useless. All of those orthographics and everything that I was doing for what, like a month and a half or more, every single thing turned out to be absolutely useless. Yeah, I guess, and I still probably learned some things, though. I guess you could say, right, recoil. I guess it wasn't for absolutely nothing. And again, this is the, come on, this is the new video here. That's part of the Army Showcase thing. From here, you can actually see the other. It takes you to that playlist right there. So go check that out. That is the Arizona Tribute vid right there. Recoil, the Gandalf video that I was doing, that was 4 minutes and 45 seconds. I mean, you know the song, you've heard the song a million times. I had to do a ton of extra animations, recoil. So JMU, yeah, they're playing Oregon. Oh, it's Tulane. That's right. Yeah. Now, of course, the thing that they're making a lot of noise about Belfair is that they should just have a non-Power 5, kind of like how they had the D1 stuff. Instead of the BC, remember the BCS and the FBS? I think that's kind of, they want to separate that again. So recoil, once again, I really appreciate you. I mean, it was just during a stream, right? Where you just said, here, let me have some fun with this. And you created the very first ones there. So I really appreciate you doing those, recoil, because, well, we wouldn't have this. Right? We would never have had these if you didn't do those first ones. So I really appreciate you taking the time to do those. I guess, well, I don't know. Did you have to mod today, Recoil? I did not. I didn't even see any notifications. It was that much running around and going crazy today, so I did not see any notifications whatsoever for anybody. And of course, Recoil. Now I got to make new stickers. Actually, what I was thinking of doing, because of the way these renders are, because they don't have a backdrop on them, um, I was thinking I'm going to look to see if there's a. Remember, we made the keychains? Oh, geez, Recoil, you got to remind me that I have the wizard with the chainsaws. What's crazy, Recoil, is that I just threw your straight up image into Grok, and it actually animated it perfectly, like the little critters on the side, and the it actually looked like he was juggling. Then well, it's a square image, right? It doesn't fit horizontal here, so I tried to make a new image of it, made a really nice version of it in a horizontal format, and it has not been able to animate it, right? Sea Dragon, how you doing? Yeah, Velfera, I tried something like 24 times to get that, and it just wouldn't do it, so I just kind of gave up. What's hilarious is I might have to go with the original square one. That's the life is like juggling flaming chainsaws for folks that are wondering what in the world we're talking about here. So great to see you there, Sea Dragon. Yeah, recoil. Let me. Yeah, let's have that go all the way up here, I guess. Where are we at with? That's still. I don't. I'm wanting to raise this up a little further. Maybe we'll stick with this height for right now that we've got here. Well, recoil medicine, you gotta have the medicine, right? And we, of course, appreciate the medicine that Armored Wolf made available. So shout out to Armored Wolf for doing that. So great to see you there, Sea Dragon. And again, I hope that you are doing very well, of course. Let me get a starry type thing there. Gonna do maybe another starry thing there, and maybe another one here. And then we're going to try and do some of these wispy things here. We also got to remember to keep taking our pictures here. So again, sorry that we're a little bit later here on this flat Thursday. But I really wanted to have all of those to show, which meant I had to wait till all of those had cured. I might still have to throw them in there for some more curing, actually. Let me get a little bit of that violet in there. That's well, recoil. There might have been one or two interesting modifications made, modding in that particular condition, I guess, if you want to call it that. Yeah, let's keep working these in here. A little bit of light down in that valley there. And then we're going to see if we can't get our reflection of the planetoid there. And the reflection of our mountains over here. Again, at a certain point, I'll try to go grab the Corsair ornaments. I knew I was forgetting something, and that's the thing I forgot to grab. But periodically, I will try to show the new files that all the new. So yeah, Sea Dragon. I've got. Well, technically now, these including the ones that I haven't actually printed out yet. Upwards of 27 new gummy bears. Now, the Shadowfax, unfortunately, Gandalf on Shadowfax, that didn't turn out the way I wanted. It turned out great, except from the blind side there, where it didn't know what to do with the hand and the staff. So that there's basically, when you turn it around, when you rotate it, the hand and the staff are separate. And that's not a surprise because, again, it's not. It doesn't handle the multi-views. A simple multi-view, it would have seen that and gone, ah, yeah, that the hand is attached to the staff. But it does not understand that because that just doesn't work for whatever crazy reason in Meshi. And yeah, Sea Dragon, there's still a couple of the original ones that have to be redone. So we're going to redo Gollum here. We're also going to try and do a Smeagol. Remember people wanted Smeagol? And of course, we'll try to do the autocorrect monster. However, like I said, I think all of the stuff I did with all of those orthographics is useless. But let's just say that doing all of those gummy bear guys took pretty much all of the 1,000 credits that I got. So yeah, we'll have to. I'm still waiting on that replenishment there. Remember the 1,000 free credits I was supposed to get for doing that stupid survey thing? Where'd my blendy brush go? There you are. Valfira, what's interesting, Valfira, is it asked me, do I want to make armies? I'm not kidding, Valfira. It said, so, since these are working out so great and we're doing so many, do you want to do a Gondor army? It wanted to do an entire Mordor army, Valfira, of gummy bears. Now people are going to have to let me know, are they interested in entire armies of gummy bears? Maybe some folks are. It would be kind of hilarious to play Middle-earth strategy battle game with an army of Lord of the Rings gummy bears. Now, I don't think there's been too many battle reports with those, right, Bryce? Yeah, I'm thinking there hasn't been a lot of Lord of the Rings gummy bear battle reports. So Valfira, now I did use, gosh, I want to say I used probably 90 credits right away just for the, I think it was maybe, it might have been 120 credits on experiments of images. So I was trying to do Eowyn on horseback. That didn't quite work. And then, the Gandalf video. Yeah, I was trying to create some new Gandalf images. Obviously, those will be, I'll be able to use those on multiple things. I was not expecting. Well, of course, I should now because of the way it treats all my other stuff, right? Where it says, "Wow, this song is great. Let's do it from two other perspectives." I kind of should have expected that, I guess. We'll also have to go back into this with some of our darkest stuff too. You know what? Yeah, you know what? Let me get some yellow in here too. So AD, hopefully the stream was a good one on Sunday. I'm pretty sure you streamed. Sorry I didn't get to join you there. And again, everyone, please give AD Creations a follow. Give Erican Wife a follow. So I'll obviously recoil. I can do that stuff in GPT. That's not going to cost any credits in Meshi. We'll kind of hash it out there. And guess what? That might be another printing workshop episode. Creating armies. Let's put it this way: that was not the army I thought I was going to be creating. Now, what I am hoping to do is to create some Cylon stuff, because for Armada Mondays, What do we not have? Base stars. I'm going to see if I can't maybe create a Cylon base star. Not sure. Again, I'll try to do as much as I can with, GPT first. So, oh, picture time. Picture time, especially in these early phases. Although, well, yeah, we haven't even been working on these for an hour. Been working on them a total of 40 minutes. Wait a minute. Let me get to my reference there. Okay, now, again, I want to keep doing the usual thing, taking pictures of these along the way. And if you're looking, so you can kind of see the direction that we're headed there. Where's our, here's our other one here. So we're kind of doing a little something like that here. Back to the blending brush here. Now we're only 40 minutes in, and this is kind of a testament to, again, the alkyds here, because this is set up enough for me to fool around with this blending brush right here. Now, I wonder, can I just, nope, can't use that. That is not quite going to be soft enough. I'm looking for, maybe this will work. Okay. Soft enough. So again, that is just, you can see it's kind of softening up some of these edges right here on these brush strokes. If that were regular oil paints, we would pretty much be risking just removing all this stuff. It would just come right off of the ornament, I guess. Surface, I don't know, whatever you want to call it. There we go. So I think now what I might be able to do, recoil, is make the battle stars in two pieces instead of like just one chunk, because it's basically two triangles, right, that rotate. I'm going to see if it is possible to, like the shield. It's like Eowyn's shield here that we did separately. Actually, what I might even be able to do is just do it in two halves, right, and then just like make it mirror it or whatever. So Velfira, as we know, uh, it couldn't take over an unconscious kindergarten class because right recoil, one would say yes, let's do this, and then the other one would do something completely the opposite after it said yes, let's do that, and then it would do the exact opposite thing, and then a third one would say yeah, that's great, let's do that, and it would do a third, well, somehow find a way to do a third completely opposite thing. Basically, what would happen is actually, I'm visualizing an AI takeover set to Benny Hill music. That's pretty much what I'm imagining there. Yeah, just imagine Benny Hill music as it tries to take over the world. And again, it pretty much, it couldn't take over an empty closet, much less the world. Talk about the autocorrect monster, right, Velfira? Holy smokes. Ooh, looky there, looky there. That's starting to get a little bit sharper. Starting to get a little sharper. Maybe even a little more. Oh, that might have been more thinner than we wanted, but only one way to find. No, actually, that ain't so bad. That ain't so bad. So yes, it is the holiday season. It is time for ornaments. Yes, that's what the holidays mean. looking a little something like there. Now, Camden, the one thing I am starting to see long-term wise with Windows 11 and say like Photoshop is that I get maybe 1 or 2 days using Photoshop and then I just have to close it down and start it up again. It doesn't necessarily crash outright, but it becomes kind of unusable. I know that sounds kind of weird. What do you mean by unusable? It's like it's not crashed, but it is literally something that you can't use, and you just have to start up the software again, which is a little bit disappointing. But at least it sort of works now. Who knows how long that remains? You know what? Maybe we do a little bit of star thing over there. No, basically, when you try to upload images, all you get is file names and no images. Even though you're supposed to be seeing images, you see nothing, which makes it impossible when you're looking at about 300 files that all start with IMG and then a number. So instead of seeing thumbnails, again, you see nothing at all. And that is not terribly helpful in any way, shape, or form for Photoshop. That is a new and different kind of error right there. I'm going to make that bigger. Maybe that size. No, we need our... No. Let's get away from that. Let's go to this. And we will do something like this here. Again, on our little planet there. And again, Bryce, I'm thinking that you're probably still you're not wanting to post images of your big project there for Adepticon, but if there's something else that you wanted to share, whatever, please go ahead and do that. And Valfair, I think you shared, or sorry, Camden, did you share your stuff yet? And again, I'm glad that at least some of the stuff showed up earlier. I know not all of it showed up, but still way better than what you originally thought was going to happen, right? So Valfair, it's not a speed issue or anything like that. It's the stability of it. It has nothing to do with the speed of it. You could have, much as I would love a bazillion whatever of RAM, you could have a quadrillion whatever of RAM. It would still do that same thing. So yeah, it's not a RAM issue. It's just, again, a stability issue. And I'm just surprised it even works. Because remember, Valfair, I thought for sure that's what was going to happen when we had to go to the new Windows there. Actually, the machine might also be maxed out on RAM. It is, again, it's one of the most powerful machines in the house. So it has nothing to do with RAM. It's the machine that I use for editing and rendering. So, and it has no problem with that. It's just, unfortunately, Photoshop, well, that's an older program. And by old, I mean it came with CDs to put it on the computer. That's the kind of age we're talking about there. Now I got me some of the, that's a little bit of our not radiant green. That is going to go over here. Now we got to get a little bit of our later shadow snow in there, but that might be a little too late. So we're going to take our blending brush to that and cut down that a little bit. Okay, let's do a little. Nah, I might go to a smaller brush for that. Let me try this guy. Episode 4, yeah, episode 4 of Army Painting Series 48. That is going to be uploaded onto the YouTubes after the stream, and then at some point later today, that is going up on the Patreon page. That's episode 4. We're getting mighty close. Yeah, Valfera, that's for sure. Let's do this. Even this, right, as light as this is not straight up white here. There is still some color to this. Valfera, remember we were talking about another Surface Pro? That is still, especially now with what I'm doing with these the videos and everything else, that actually is starting to look like a more important thing. Again, more important than another printer. As in like another FDM style printer. That's the let's I should qualify that. Yes, another FDM printer. I think that's just gonna have to wait, and I think there's other things that I might definitely need before that. I'm just glad that it didn't wipe out this machine completely, Valfera. I'll take it. Also, too, Valfera, this is not, it's not the full-on version of Windows 11, apparently. It's kind of a mostly Windows 11, but not entirely. Again, starting to work in some smaller, little more detail-oriented type thing. You know what? Let me get all the green out of that. Let me go over to this and some of the sky blue on our brush. Also, ooh, okay, that was also more thinner than I was thinking. Now we need to also start doing a little bit of some of our wispy cloud stuff here, Valfera. What's funny, Valfera, is I'm not sure. I don't know what we're really going to see here with any film noirs. I'm not so sure. Now, Valfera, I'll send you another batch of the raw images there of some of the new ones. Like again, like we have a new Frodo. What's nice is this one. He actually has the ring on a chain. The other reason why these took this second batch took way longer than the first one, for whatever reason, with the first one, I didn't have to do any of the free retries. They were pretty much just right from the get-go. This latest batch, there was a couple where I had to do, actually there were several where I did 3 retries. Now, on the plus side, the retries actually did something. Remember before I was saying like the free retries, it's like, what the heck is the point of this stuff? It's useless. These actually, believe it or not, the free retries in some cases actually saved the sculpt. I went from like, do I have to just redo this thing like from the beginning or what? And in some case, there was at least 2 of them that it took the 3rd retry to get things right. Let me see what happens here, Valfera. Again, I'm not so sure. Well, it is interesting to see the green and the blue and all that stuff taken away, though, right, Valfera? Actually, I'm gonna lighten my stuff back up again. I had that set for the video. Okay, there we go. Hey there, Bearded Celt. How you doing? Everybody, please give Bearded Celt as he dares to enter our domain. How you doing there, Bearded Celt? And nice to see you there, Ryan. Welcome in. So it is the holiday season. Unfortunately, I forgot the ornaments that I painted last week. I don't have them here to show you, but what I do have is the kind of the inspirations here, which is a previous Flat Thursdays. We painted stuff like this, so you can see we're making some ornaments there. And then here is this one for this one right here. So yeah, that is what we're doing on this Flat Thursday. Previous Flat Thursdays have involved things like these flats because, well, they're flat, but they still have dimension. You can kind of see there's actually still some shape to these things. So hey there, Ryan, how you doing? And again, here is another one right here. We painted this one up the night before Halloween because Flat Thursday just happened to be the day before. And again, hopefully, again, don't forget about things like the color charts there, Bearded Celt. And again, thank you so much for coming in with the raid there, Ryan. Appreciate that. Now, we got stuff falling all over the place here. 1 second. We're going to put this somewhere else. It'll be easier to deal with. There we go. And of course, we're all very excited here because I've been able to produce our new Lord of the Rings gummy bears. Oh boy, these are super, super. And there's again, there is Radagast right there. And I think we've done 6 of these so far. Again, our Lord of the Rings gummy bears. And of course, this is super fun. Now that we're starting to make our own miniatures, be able to do our own stuff here. Here's yet again another one. We'll be painting this one up tomorrow. Well, on our later today, our later today stream. Oh, and of course our Eldritch Foundry stuff. That's right, yes. We've done a whole bunch of figures in Eldritch Foundry. I made an entirely new Fellowship of the Ring. We did these. We did the new Kathy figure. So lots of new stuff happening there. Actually, Valfera, I've not even had time yet to try and see if I can do like a plinth for busts and stuff. Or create, well, a new bust or whatever with the incorporated plinth. I'm kind of hoping that if we just do simple portrait style busts, that we might have better luck with basically how it treats the back of it. That's fantastic, Armored Wolf. Now, Armored Wolf, just to try and get a sense of it there, with something, okay, let's go crazy. Let's go Smaug. Like full-on 28mm Smaug. Could you print the wings in one piece on that thing? Or, would you still have to be a little bit more conservative and go a little bit, more pieces or something like that? Because that thing looked absolutely, totally gigantic, Armored Wolf. It looked monstrous. So, Bearded Celt, if you want to share anything in chat, please go ahead. Now, actually, our last set of ornaments, we did those for Armada Mondays. That's right. Where's our Arizona here? Oh, there it is. So this is what we did on Armada Monday. We painted up this flat that I created right here. So yeah, that was for Armada Monday. Let me get this out of the way here. Now let's take, oh geez, I'm going to have to get some more of my phthalo green, or maybe I just go perline black. Let's chuck this out there too. So yeah, Bearded Celt, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, like always, please go ahead and do that. That'd be sensational. There, where'd you go? There you are. That is fantastic, Bearded Celt. Again, I believe this coming Monday, I'll see if I can get some more of our 1/1800 scale ships printed out for this coming Monday. Now, again, we also do have, check this out, this was a video that I just put out here. That is the very first 1/1800 scale ship that I painted. Looks like we're going to hit ourselves a double raid here. This is going to be Kaylee and Catmaster. How you doing there, Kaylee? Great to see you. And there is Catmaster as well. Both of them dare to enter our domain. How you doing there, Kaylee? And how you doing there, Cap? Great to see you. So it's holiday time. We are painting, yes, some Christmas ornaments. Boy, I really wish that I had grabbed those two Corsair ornaments, which, believe it or not, they're actually hanging on the tree. That is why they're not here with me right now, is because they're actually on the tree. Kaylee, I know you're probably heading out to go do post-stream stuff, but Cap, if you wanted to share some things in chat, please go ahead. Now, here, let me show you something. Now, Cap, I think you have seen some of the Lord of the Rings gummy bears, right? Now, of course, this was the very, very first one we ever painted here, was this Gollum gummy bear. Well, we might have added a few more. Look at this. Yeah, we might have added a couple more. Look, there's a Balrog in there. There's Theoden. Look at this. There's a Grima Wormtongue. There's a Treebeard there. I believe this is, oh yeah, that's an Eowyn there. That's Ranger Aragorn, Strider. There's Sam with his backpack, and we got two different versions of Boromir. So that's a Fellowship Boromir. There's Eomer right there, and oh yeah, Tom Bombadil. Yeah, look at that recoil. It's Tom Bombadil. And let's see over here. This one is, oh, that's Prince Imrahil. Yeah, there's Prince Imrahil. Oh, and there's Saruman. And there's Radagast. Oh, and here's King Ellis. There he goes. There's Aragorn as king right there. So great to see you there. Yeah, Valfera, we'll have to get that as one of our scenes here, right? So we can show that off more easily. Well, whenever, right? So Cap, eventually these are going to go into a Dropbox folder. I literally just made those yesterday. Yeah, those are not even 24 hours old. Most of those. That's how new this is. And of course, here's some more stuff that we made. So this is made the same way as those, as the gummy bears, believe it or not. Also, again, our fabulous, this is what we'll be painting on the next stream right here. This Eowyn figure. And of course, I don't know if you have seen the Eldritch Foundry stuff. Oh, actually, I got an email from Eldritch Foundry. I guess they're about to start work on all of the basing stuff that I requested. So, hopefully that all gets enacted really soon, and we have ourselves some lovely basing bits to work with from Eldritch Foundry. Let's see. Yeah, Cap, I know that you said there was going to be a little bit of a gap there, because, boy, there's been a lot of Thursdays that we haven't gotten the double raid. And I think Kaylee pretty much only streams when you stream, right, Cap? I could be wrong about that, but I think that is the case. And now, Cap, again, if you want to share anything in the chat, again, it doesn't have to be anything new, because people may not have seen stuff before. And where'd my brush go? We just had that in my hand. Well, I think we want to clean some of the stuff out of there. Again, being Alkids there. That's fantastic there, Cap. Yeah, I think you've seen like the new Kathy miniature, right? All the new Wapelia Spellbrush figures, the new Eowyn stuff. It's been pretty wild, I have to say. Here, let me also get this one cleaned out and then sufficiently dried off here, so that we can maybe also use this guy as a blending brush. Let me see. 1 hour ago, these things were just flat primer. They had no paint on them or anything like that. This has been 1 hour, 4 minutes with a bunch of raids, and we appreciate the raids. So thanks so much to Bearded Celt. Thanks so much to Kaylee. and of course to Catmaster as well. Catmaster, I think I've done 9 hours worth of tutorials on Eldritch Foundry stuff. Now, Cap, have you ever used the cloth controls? That was something that I completely discovered by accident. Yeah, the cloth controls. I had no idea such a thing existed. And man, it is really, 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 really powerful. What do we got here? Okay, there's no thinner on that. Let me just grab these guys and yank those like so. And of course, if you check out the Arizona video, you will also see again the Army Showcase thing, where we also have the Galactica video. So we've done 13 of these ships, 13 of them. Actually, recoil, I'm starting to wonder, do you think I could actually have some Cylon ships ready for Armada Monday? Oh, that would be super fun, wouldn't it, recoil? Again, that would be challenging. Uh, who knows? Maybe that would be worthy of another another video right there, another instructional video. Trying to do that. So yeah, Cap. There is no way to make this from all of these standard clothes. There is absolutely no way to make that. The only way. Oh, I still have to print out the Galadriel one. The only way you can make this is by extending the cloth. So yeah, this. And you could technically extend it a little bit further than this. Just like, well, you've used the cape controls, right? Where's our, again, all of our fellowship guys. So all of this,
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun, John.
so all of this was controlled again via the cape controls. Thank you so much, Ryan. Appreciate that. Oh my God, all of our Gandalfs are down. That's the other thing I forgot. That is the other thing. Well, wait a minute. Let's do this. Let's do this instead. Yeah, yeah. So that other guy, he's just hopped up on pipeweed. So I'm taking over for him tonight. Oh, look at this. Look at this. See, I got my Palantir here. I got my big stick. Look at that. That's a better glow stick than Gandalf's, by the way. So yeah, I'm going to be like the new boss in town. Sorry about that, Sauron. Yeah, it's going to be me, the Wizard of Many Colors. We're still going to roll on our Gandalf 6, though, for Ryan. Thank you so much, Ryan. Appreciate that. Uh-oh. So that's what happens when Saruman shows up to take over and we roll a Gandalf 6. We get that. Sorry about that, Ryan. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. So yeah, Catmaster. Again, now when it comes to the cloaks, we'll bring this one back out. As you remember, you got a control here and a control here, and then a second one here, and then a second one here. So you get 4. When it comes to the cloth, you're doubling that. So you get 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 at the knees. So you get 4 up here, front, back, left, and right side. And of course, the shield. Here, I was able to make the shield smaller. With Boromir's, I was able to make it larger. So appreciate the follow there, Ryan. Thank you so much. Wow, look at how much this is set. That is really set. We actually have to kind of work it. You know, yanking that that stuff there. Wow, that's pretty wild. So recoil. Well, I have enough credit. If it works the very first time, I have enough credits. If it is not cooperative and it doesn't work on the very first try, it could be rough because I basically have to render 2 things. So one base star might take 2 or 3 renders, and that's a minimum of 40 credits there, and that's if I don't do any images. I have to do at least the one multi-view. So at the very least, if everything goes exactly right, it's going to take 70 credits. I do have enough for that. Now, of course, again, if those guys come through like they should have a while ago with the 1,000 credits, well, we could have a resurrection ship too. But again, those guys have to come through. So yeah, Campmaster. I did a couple of tutorial videos. Well, I've done seven tutorial videos so far on. I almost said My Mini Factory on Eldritch Foundry, and one of the critical ones was the cloth control. First, it was the cloak controls, then it was the cloth controls. So again, you see how we're able to create that nice little spectral effect around the star, little lens flare action there. Now we're going to start getting some darker stuff in our sky up here. And again, all this is oil paint. It's just regular oil paint. Nothing great. Now, of course, these are alkyds, but that's about the only thing that's really different at all. Now, you know what? I should probably change this up a little bit here. Yeah, we're going to make a little change there. Where's my blendy brush? We'll grab this, and then we'll do that. When in doubt, blendy brush. That's literally just a craft brush with no paint. Like, these are all craft brushes, but this is a brush with no paint on it. So see you later, Cap. Again, have yourself a good night. And of course, again, Cap, if you want to share anything in the chat before we head on out for Sleepy Buys there, go ahead and do that. Now, we got to do our spatter stars, but first, I'm going to take a picture. If you check out the Instagrams, we have lots and lots of step-by-steps. Actually, I was just going to try and get the Corsair ornaments, the photos of those, the step-by-steps of those ready for an Instagram. All right, here, let's do it's time for Spatter Star Galactica. Where did our there it is. Again, look at this. This is one of our brushes that is literally worth hundreds of dollars. This is a custom-made brush. This brush probably took a year and a half to create. And again, most streams, you don't have brushes with these kind of features, right? You've got yourself some tile grout there. We've got ourselves some super glue right there on the edge there. We have the cut-off custom bristles. I mean, again, you would expect to pay like $300 for a brush like this, but we have a sale, 2 for $1,000. I mean, it's you can't go wrong with that kind of pricing, right, Velfera? All right, let me just get some of these spattery stars here. I think you can sort of see that. There we go in our skies here. A little more. There we go. All right, good enough. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Catmaster just shared, and again, please give Catmaster a follow. So now we got our spattery stars starting to work out. Where'd my brush go? There it is, over there. Get out of the way. I guess we need ourselves a little more thinner there. Grabbed a little bit more of the white than I thought I was going to grab when I did that. Campmaster, I would think that would be worth thousands of dollars because it's a one of one, Cap. Actually, Cap, you should number the brushes. Yes, number the brushes, and again, that is a one of one right there. So I would think, Campmaster, that is worth thousands of dollars. And of course, remember the fine Wapple Sable brushes, right, Bryce, that we made at ReaperCon? Again, you would expect to pay hundreds of dollars for something like that. We've got it on sale for thousands. So, again, it's a special winter sale. And as you know, winter doesn't last forever, so you might want to jump on that while you can. Let me take that down a little bit there. And then try again. Where's our Galactica? And I do believe... Now, there you go. So you can do the same kind of effect there on all of our Galactica ship bases, because reasons. So see you later there, Cap. And again, well, hopefully we see you maybe one more time before Christmas time. Take care and all that good stuff. And again, Bearded Kilt, just if you want to, please go ahead and share some stuff in the chat. Now we're going to start maybe, again, getting down to some of our smaller detail type stuff here. Now, there was no drawing or anything like that. We basically just started slapping paint on here, like you do. Nice to see you there, Surface Tension. So surface tension later on. Now, before you head out for a stroll with the hound later, I'll try to show you all the new Lord of the Rings gummy bears. I believe I have 25 of them printed out, brand new sculpts. There's at least 3 more that I'll try and print out for, well, tomorrow's stream. Possibly 4 if I can get some things straightened out on a few of the files. Now we're trying to get some of our lightest stuff right here on the edge of that little planet right there. Yep, surface tension. Remember I said I was going to do the, just bite the bullet, grab another 1,000 credits. And among the things that I did was create a vast array of Lord of the Rings gummy bears. Let's put it this way, surface tension. I even have Tom Bombadil. I have 2 different versions of Boromir and Aragorn. I might actually have 2 or 3 versions of Frodo. And of course, remember people wanted Smeagol, so we're also going to, in addition to kind of redoing Gollum just so he's an easier file to print, we will do the Smeagol version of him. Because why not, right? Right, surface tension. I did try to. I tried to do Guahir. He looked kind of weird. He looked very much like a gummy bear eagle. He just was kind of a statue. So I think I'm gonna have to try again on that sculpt. I mean, if all else fails, at least he might print out okay. He just looks like some kind of a weird statue there. So that we might have to redo that. Now, of course, I did have ironically enough, the Gandalf on Shadowfax. That one did not create a good file again because it didn't know what to do with the one hand that you can't see. Again, it did render the staff, it did render a hand, but it just kind of got all of those wrong. Let me see here. Oh, we gotta start getting some of our darker stuff. We got a lot of the lighter stuff in here now. We're going to have to start going darker. So surface tension, why don't you share some of your fabulous oil painting links there in the chat? Because again, surface tension also does the oil painting. So yeah, surface tension, why don't you share some stuffs in the chat? Now in a little bit here, when I go to maybe refresh the medicine, I will go and grab the those Corsair ornaments, which again, I completely forgot to have those here so I could show them to folks. What reminds me now is I'm painting the water here, and the reflections on our Corsair ornaments were very much like what we're trying to do here, right, with our reflections. Trying to make the waves, again, larger here, right, closest to us. Let me hit that some more. So everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just posted as we create a little bit of indigo violet here. So mixing up indigo, mixing up our violet. That shall go up here now. So those stars go away, and now they look like they're actually kind of behind some dust clouds right there. Ah, that's fantastic there, surface tension. Ironically enough, surface tension, guess what I could have made? Yes, with knowing what I know now, do I have yeah, I actually have one. What could I have made all on my own surface tension instead of having to hunt around? Oh, I could have made these. Yeah, surface tension. I could have just made those. Using the meshies there. Actually, I should try. I could do that to make a new manger. Yeah, maybe I'll use it for that. So yeah, and again, surface tension. Glad that you've been able to proceed on that project. For me, yeah, the I don't think there's going to be any time for painting nativity scenes this year. There's, I have the remember the like the little 3-person one. Well, yeah, 3-person one, right? Um, I do have one of those printed out. Don't know where it is, but I guess I could try to paint that real quick or something. Maybe push that a little further down. Surface tension, given what it did with all of these guys here, actually surface tension. I thought you actually wrote a gummy nativity scene. That's whatever Hasbro, Haribo, whoever makes the gummy bears, they would be branching out to a different audience there if they did a nativity themed gummy bear. Although now recoil, I don't know. Maybe that has to happen. That may just have to happen. Gonna try and darken this down a little bit here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's a good idea there. So again, surface tension. It's so funny because it went from something I thought, boy, I'm not sure this is gonna do anything, to now. And again, there's still some pretty extreme limitations. I mean, even with the gummies here, there were some files that's like, okay, we're kind of again we're bumping up against some of the limitations. Man, look at how this stuff sets. I'm really having to hit that hard to try and get that to kind of start doing the blending thing there. Surface tension, like you say, some might consider that somewhat offensive there. Yeah, they may not like that too much. Ooh, let me get this over here too. But of course, that's what we do with the lamb cakes, right? Surface tension. There we go. What I might also do at a certain point here, I think maybe after hour 2, is I might just throw some of the black along the edges just so that it's again something to compare. Just how dark is this stuff here along our edges? I mean, it's starting. Some of it's getting to be fairly dark over here. Yeah, that might that could be somewhat contentious, wouldn't you say? Surface tension. Now here we're gonna do again. Wow, look at that. If I had done that even 20 minutes ago, that paint would have been whisked right off of there. That is just so wild. Let me get. Ooh, where's my. Now I just got to put some more phthalo green out here. Speaking of the Alkitos, there. Some phthalo green going on the palette there. So yeah, that it's a little bit of a twist on that, right? Surface tension, just a little bit of a twist. All right, this is mostly phthalo green right here. There's a little bit of the perlene black in there. Can you see what we're doing? Looks like it. Looks like it. Nice to see you there, Ingones. Everybody please give Ingones a follow, because guess what? We got ourselves another oil painter in the stream, yes. And it's an oil painter who streams, no less, right, Ingones? So, Ingones, please go ahead and share some linkage there to your Instagram. And I think you already did that, right, Camda? And of course, well, Rico, you're going to have to start sharing some stuffs too. And of course, Rico, if you want to shout out Duff and Rot and everybody there, go ahead and do that too. Sorry, Rico, I meant to mention that like, oh, I don't know, 30 minutes ago. So again, everybody please give Cam the Paints and Gunnys some follows. And of course, again, if you haven't followed Kaylee and Catmaster from the previous raids, also Bearded Celt, please do all those things. So yeah, Ryan. Oh, as far as the stream schedule goes, Ryan, typically it is Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Monday. Now Monday, ooh, if I can swing at surface tension, I'm gonna try and create a Cylon base star with Meshi. We'll see if it works out. What I'm hoping to do is basically do that, like a top and bottom triangle, because well, it would be. I mean, you wouldn't want to print those out right together. You would want to print them out separately anyways. So we're going to give that a try. Like I said, it would cost a bare minimum of 70 credits, 30 for the initial image to create the multi-view and the two pieces, and then 20 to render each piece. And now again, fortunately, you get the 4 free tries. So if it doesn't render it necessarily right the first time, you do get 4 tries at it. Actually, surface tension, one of the reasons why I would really like to have a painted base star is because, well, if you saw in the Battlestar Galactica video, some of the most accurate animated ships were made from my ship. So when you see there's 3 points there in that video where the ship that you are seeing on screen is just an exact, basically replica of my painted ship. It's not some random whatever image generated. It is literally taking photos of my ship and then making them look realistic. There we go. We got ourselves some of the darker cloudy things going on there because, darker cloudy things. Actually, speaking of darker cloudy thing, I'm going to do this. I'm going to we're doing an executive decision here to change this up to enhance the contrastiness. That's a new painting term, contrastiness. It's just like, was it cloudy things or planety things or something? Whatever it was that a new astronomical term. Oh, cratery things. That's it. Yes, cratery things. Again, this is a scientifically accurate channel right here. Yes, with cratery things. So surface tension, unfortunately, the part, it would fall up, well, it would collapse in Meshi. That's why it would have to be in 2 pieces, just like this here. The reason when I tried to render these both, because the image was like this thing was laughably bad, Cam, that when I did this separately as its own thing, it became this glorious shield right here. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. I could definitely use me a little bit old medicine. We should have our own Wapples thesaurus, right? Surface tension. So, Grand Oracle, I don't know if you've been lurky or not, but look at this. Yeah, those are all brand new. Those are all brand new Lord of the Rings gummy bears. Yes, including including a Balrog there, and a wraith. Look at that. There's a very scary wraith for you. I think I sent you a bunch of pictures, didn't I, Grand Oracle? Speaking of which, let me take a picture here. See what I did there? I do words, Camda. Yeah, this is professional wordsmithing right here that you're seeing. I know it just happen anywhere. So, what were we doing there? We were doing something with lighter things. Also yellows. Also more yellow. Here, let me get this. Some of this. So, Grand Oracle, I've actually, that's not all of them. There might be 4 more new ones printed out by the stream tomorrow, Grand Oracle. So, yep, that is, all of our guys are just like that. Now, this one maybe not quite as much, but, oh, there you go. Yep, you can see they're all, well, they're basically better versions of what I had. Because, of course, the gummy bears, right, they have, well, they have pretty giant heads relative to their body size. And it's funny, even in, whatchamacallit, even in Meshi Grand Oracle, it was calling it, like Adventure, or no, Gummy Wizard. And that actually, it did recognize Tom Bombadil, it did recognize Bilbo, and it did recognize Sam. And Ganes, well, you know, the family that paints together stays together, right? I mean, we know that. Family that paints together stays together. Again, everybody please check out the Instagram link that Nganes shared. And everybody, again, please give Nganes a follow. Now, I think maybe I can go lighter here. Now that we've done that, and I can still go lighter than this. This is not our fast matte white yet. Grand Oracle, I don't know if you saw, but the free shipping on Dick Blick is 79 bucks minimum now. I don't know how long that's been the case. It used to be 70. They've upped it 10 bucks. Again, that could be a permanent sort of thing because of all the mayhem with shipping stuff and everything else. So that's it's kind of understandable with all the craziness in terms of trying to get stuff anywhere. Now, I still haven't had a chance to try and turn any of our stuff into ornament flats. What I might try to do is just like take some of our portrait type things, like, where the heck did it go? So something like this, and maybe just, again, eliminate any of the words and just see if we can have the portrait thing inside of our circle with, see, even the knot work would not print out well. Yeah, Grand Oracle, that's I'm not really necessarily surprised, right, at all. No, we won't do that. We won't do that. Now, well, we're an hour and a half in. Again, we got our 2 ornaments here. And I just learned something also too key about Meshi there. Uh, right before, literally almost right before the stream, is that the where you resize them. So right now they're like gigantic. If they were physically, like, if you were to print them as large as the file, they're literally something like 10 feet tall. Because those prints that you saw, those are printed at about 2.1%. I'm not joking. They are reduced 98% to get them to print that size. So those would be mighty tall gummy bears if they were printed out full size. Which is why, again, I have to kind of redo things. but I figured out where it is that you resize it. The controls are kind of, and this is the one thing that was right about the so-called tutorials that I looked at before using it, is that the controls there are very ambiguous. You're like, first of all, half the time you're either saying, "What is this?" or you don't even see something because you don't even know it exists. So, again, as far as the interface design goes, things like Meshi, Eldritch Foundry, there's a lot of hidden controls that you would never know existed until you're just curious enough to press a button and go, "What does this do?" And then you're like, "Wait, what? It does that?" Which is why I'm creating so many tutorials, because I keep pressing a button going, "Holy smokes, it does that." And I am in contact with, again, the Eldritch Foundry folks. They are working on those basing bits. And now I asked them about casualties, because all they would have to do is they wouldn't have to sculpt casualties. They just would have to create the poses. So, like a pose of, again, a guy who's just like up against a wall, or up against a tree. Think of some of our, like our tree men, right? And a lot of the casualties were either kind of face down or whatever. So you could just have casualty poses. And this way you could have orc casualties, dwarf casualties, whatever, elf casualties, without having to purchase, because nobody wants to make those. Because I've talked to sculptors about it. They said, no, it's too specific. I could never make back any costs on them. And, well, this way, you could just make your own casualties, whatever species, race, armor, theme that you need. Hey there, Chiron, how you doing? So thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate that. Ooh, I want to get more of our... Yeah. Let's get this. Mix it with our violet here. Hopefully that's not too light. I need something like a light middle tone in here. Blammo, that's it. Perfect. That is what I was looking for. Right there again with these... the little waves that are closest to us, those have to be a little bit larger. And again, we're just kind of doing one of our past Spacescapes there, and then we're kind of adapting this to this format. Camdev, I might have sent, I know I sent it to Valfira and a few other folks. I don't know if I sent you the images of the Corsair ornaments on the tree. Well, again, they'll be on a Instagram post, of course. You know what? I'm going to put some of that into here too. Yeah. We're getting some of our violet now into the mountains here. Also, whoops, too much thinner for that. I wonder, I'm going to take this instead. That's a little bit darker, also a little bit more grayed down. There we go. We need the shadow snowy side here of our mountains. There we go. It's like, we're missing something there. So yeah, let's put it this way, the last 48 hours or so has been absolute madness. Bouncing around between 3 different machines trying to do those, all the gummy bear things there. Because it's kind of a 3-step process of you have to hash out everything in GPT first to make sure you have an image you can bring into Meshi to start with. And then you have to go in, get that first the first go round with the STL creation, and then sometimes again you get the 4 free redos, and well, there's some of these guys have required 3. Again, the one unfortunately with the Shadowfax there, even after 4 retries, just wasn't doing it. So that now again, I don't want to spend another 30 credits just to redo the image that we would need to develop the STLs from. So the the Shadowfax on his own looks very much like My Little Pony, so that's why I didn't do one of him. I mean, I'm not really sure what a Gummy Bear Shadowfax, how that wouldn't look like My Little Pony. And again, that's the other thing I'd have to do is when I go refresh the medicine, I'll also have to grab some of our Gandalf figs because they're all literally down in the photo area. And I think Recoil, yeah, sent you pictures of that. It's kind of funny to see Hobbiton on one side and then Moria on the other, literally on the same 6x4 table. One side is all this stuff for doing the Gandalf vid, and then the other side in Hobbiton, and then the other side is Moria. That's not just the lighter midtone there. That has a lot of it's kind of hard to see it on camera there because the camera does not like to try and pick up these. It does okay with the greens. You can see that's a yellow green and the bluish green. It doesn't really like to do that with the violet versus blue. I think it's kind of the same thing with turquoise versus blue also. Trying to get a little bit more of the violet on our planetoid there, like it do. Just using these old craft brushes here. That's all we're doing. Try to get me a couple little streaks going that away. Like so. Yeah, there we are. Now we're like doing 2 of them at once, right? Because I can kind of go back and forth between them. And again, the paint is just, it really is setting very nicely. Because again, these are alkyds, so it should do that. Now, this is kind of a bluish green here. This is the phthalo green mixed with some of our sky blue. So on the shadow side of Planetoid over here, that is going to be more of a turquoise color there. Maybe slightly later. There. Take my Perline black here. And some of the phthalo green. I'm going to use this now to try and solidify our shape there. Maybe take a little bit more of the bottom of that away. And then try to get it, there we go. That's what I was trying to merge this into some of our wispy clouds there. We're starting to get there. More of the phthalo. And of course, the phthalo green is going to be a heck of a lot more translucent, right, than the Perline black. And the Perline black is not, of course, black. It's just a super dark green. Used to be a printer's ink at one time. Maybe even a little bit of our wispy clouds there cutting in front of said star over here. Because, well, reasons. Throw some more of our darks up in there. Again, that is the Perline black. which is not black. It is just a very, very, very dark green, much like, say, indigo is a super dark bluish gray. And maybe take a little bit more of this away here. Lower that down. So we're going to change this thing around a little bit here. Let me grab this guy maybe. Radiant green, maybe even, I don't know, we got a little bit of the chromium oxide green there too. Let me get that mid-tone out of there. Let me go back to this and do something like this here. I like that change. Roll it over like this too. Where's my blending brush here? Just doing that little bit of tap, tap, tap right there. There we go. Mesh some of those brand new colors we just applied together. Just kind of softening down our mountain over there. You know, I can get a softer one here, I think. There we are. So see how those mountains start to, again, have more distance. Look at that. It's because we got this new paint over here. We just literally are dragging it right over on top of our mountains over there. It kind of starts to create a wee bit more depth there. Hey there, Tatley, how you doing? So surface tension, there is only one staining red color that we know of for sure. That is Perlene Crimson. So all you have to do is, find a neighbor that you don't like and sell their kidneys, and then you'll be all good to go with some Perlene Crimson. But all kidding aside, that is the only staining red color, which is why basically Egyptian violet pretty much ends up. 1 second there, Tatley. There you go. So Camden, not really. Also, too, it's a very light red. Yeah, that is let's see. I think it was Naphthol Scarlet or something like that. Did a tiny bit there, Camden, and you have to really leave it on there for a long, long time. But Perlene Crimson, that actually, I mean, we're talking genuine, actual staining power with that one. So this one right here, all Series 6 of it, that has some genuine staining properties right there. Now, of course, Terra Rosa is an orangey brown, and if you use regular Terra Rosa, you get a tiny bit of staining out of it, but again, that is very much a reddish-brown color. So not much red there. It's an orangey brown. So again, well, for our Blood Angels, right, we used Perlene Black. Yeah, I just used, again, just because you're painting something that's red doesn't mean you got to use a red staining color. You could use a green staining color. We've done it multiple times. We did it on the Blood Angels chapter study video. Let me do this right here. Get that a little bit cleaned up there. Now, I'll take this out here. Extend that light a little bit further there. Now again, Terra Rosa, if you leave it on there a little bit, that's one of those sort of staining colors. If you leave it on there for a little while, you will get some staining out of it. But if you want like heavy duty actual kind of staining from any red at all, the one you're going to have to use is going to have to be the Perling Crimson. But again, my suggestion would be don't use red at all. Go with something like, again, a green or a blue, or even a Van Dyke Brown surface tension. That's another one. If you're using the either Gamblin or Williamsburg Van Dyke Brown, you could chuck in a little bit of, say, yeah, a little bit of the Perline Red if you got that in with the Van Dyke Brown. That would be a warmer brown or something like that, at least for you to kind of start with there. Again, not sure if that's what you're looking for. So that's a different color there, surface tension. It's actually one that I kind of like. Where is? I think I might actually have it right here. Oh, there you go. Look at that. So that's Perline Red. It is very nice. It has. If you're gonna have any staining from that at all, you'd have to leave it on there like a half an hour or something. Again, reds are not going to have a whole lot of staining power whatsoever. Oh, now, Grand Oracle, are you going to have some time to do some painting stuff this weekend, or is it more kind of back to the swim meets and Boy Scout stuff again? And Grand Oracle, I'm pretty sure I sent you a whole bunch of the gummy bear pics, right? Again, if I forgot to, I'll try and send you some tomorrow. There's literally dozens of them. So I can't remember who I sent or what I sent to who. All right, there's a piece of fuzz on the end of there we go. Now it's gone. I'm gonna try to work a little teensy bit of light onto these little wispy cloud things over here by this star. And now we're getting into hour 2 here. And of course, now we can start to think again more about detail type stuff here. Let me get a picture of this as it is here. Let's do that, and then we'll have to get again the black around the edges there. I just got to make sure that things have had a chance to set before I do that. There we go. So you can kind of see the cooler stuff there on the. So we're doing the same thing there. See that cooler green there on the basically shadow side of our little planet, which is basically reflecting this. That there are two icy worlds, or even Earth reflects a ton of light back onto the moon. It's referred to as Earthshine. Come on, there we go. Here. Some more over there. There we are. So seeing a little bit there, surface tension. Not sure if you're getting as much of the liquid sunshine as you have the last couple of times out. Seems like it's been somewhat damp. Shocking, I know. That's totally unheard of there, right? Surface tension. I mean, given the effectiveness of the anti-death orb shield now. I might try to go a little darker, perhaps with some of our wispy clouds. Let me see what happens, maybe even with it. Let's try that. Not so bad. There was a couple of areas here where I tried to do some of the, using the blending brush there. That's well, Grand Oracle for sure. Actual Grand Oracle, just anytime you got pictures of stuff like that, it would be great for folks to see those in the chat. And of course, I would be very entertained at seeing those. I'd love to see what the experiments are looking like there, Grand Oracle for sure. More experiments, more better, right? I mean, right now, a lot of the experimentation is happening on the sculpting side of things, or the miniature development side of things, I guess you could say. Which, of course, is, I think, going to lead to a whole bunch of stuff here, too, because, well, now with all those gummy bears, there's some really interesting color schemes on those. It's going to require some, shall we say, some inventive painting to try and really kind of get some of the neat things I'm seeing in the pictures, right? Some of those ones I sent you there, recoil. And again, eventually all this stuff is going to be in a couple of different Dropbox folders. The first one is going to be the Eldritch Foundry stuff because I know that those files are just fine as is. So that'll be the first stuff that goes into the drop. Actually, some of that stuff already is in the Dropbox. Probably the next thing would be the gummy bear stuff. As far as the flats go, well, I'm still trying to find the best ways to create those files. Nice to see you there, Thranuel. Now, Erid, you're going to be doing the usual Friday, Saturday streams this weekend, right? Again, everybody, please give Erid a Canwave a follow. And again, great to see you there, Thranuel. So, Thranuel, well, hopefully you liked the last video. There will be another one going up later today. Again, after the stream, I'm going to get that thing uploaded, or yeah, we'll get that thing uploaded to YouTube's, and then get the link posted to the folks on the Patreon. It'll be jewelry streams, right, Erid? I wasn't sure if you've had a chance to do another baking stream or anything like that, like a surprise one on different days. Well, look at this. We're just about at hour number 2. We're going to start trying to work in some more rougher stuff here on the ground. Let's get some of our darker stuff here. We got phthalo green. We got perline black. Maybe a little thinner. Also, touch of Indian yellow to warm that stuff up. So it's confirmed it will be a jewelry stream. So again, everybody, please give Eric and Wave a follow. Let me work some of this in. Back to the green here. Darker green, I like some of the really dark greens. Also maybe into there. So Thranio, I'm guessing that it's still lots of early mornings, the combo platter of the school and work like usual. Yeah, that's what I thought, Thranuel. Now, Thranuel, it's again another episode in the series on the Warg Riders. Okay, now we're gonna have to let this one set. Let's go back over here. Remember, we got our violet going. We also have the indigo, so indigo violet to create something that is dark here. Dark as that might look, there is at no point is there any black in any of this. Now we got to get some wispy clouds here. More of the Prussian blue here. Prussian blue, some of the violet. I need the other brush. This softer craft brush right here. That is no good for freehands, but what it is good for is stuff like this here, where we need these kind of little wispy clouds. We're going to hold this at the right angle, and now we're going to do something like this here. Like that, and that's going to go all the way over here, and that extra little bit of dark there helps increase the contrast right there. Boy, Thranduil, the one thing I was kind of hoping, after absorbing, because first of all, Thranduil, it's not exactly the most gripping reading, right? All the briefs and everything, legal briefs and stuff, and of course, just the obviously legal cases. That's not the most holly jolly type of subject there, right? So as I hope that these can be a little bit of a distraction from all that. So hopefully that is the case. Because again, I know that no pun intended there, Thranduil. Yeah, oh, seriously, did not mean that as a pun. It just, I do words, right, Camda? And those words just happen to accidentally merge together. Now, what kind of weird blending brush got used on those words? I'm going to go here opposite with some. Grab that. Now we're just at 2 hours. Probably, I want to say in the next half-ish hour or so, we'll break out the old Fast Matte White to do some of those lightest lights. As light as this is not white. It also has some actual color in it too. Believe it or not, that still has some color in it. May not look the part, but it does. Try to get a few more stars out here. Yeah, I guess. I mean, there's maybe a curiosity. Okay, how is this going to turn out? And okay, is this going to be persuasive enough? Is this going to actually win the case? I mean, I guess you can. I don't know how much familiarity with the judge and maybe what they may or may not allow in terms of evidentiary things and procedural things. There we go. A little bit of tap, tap, tap around that. We're going to try and make ourselves again another little. Where did you? There you are. Another little lighter star over here that maybe even has a little bit of our the spectral effect on it too. Whoops. There we go. That is more like it. Let's get to our much lighter stuff here. And again, this is still not white. This still has a little bit of color to it. That is not white. Well, I don't want to jinx you there, Thranduil. Yeah, I don't want to jinx you. So I'm not going to say nothing. I won't say anything. I wish you luck, but not going to say anything. Because that 100% would jinx something. May work this in here. Like you do. There we go. Okay, got a little bit of that spreading across the surface of that. that's yeah. So arid. I mean, this is. Well, I know you were saying there's almost no time where there's not atmospheric rivers, but this is kind of the prime time. Well, November, December, right? Now again, I think here this has been very. This is like the winters I remember as a kid. This has been absolutely glorious. It has been sensational. It's pretty much been in the 20s. I mean, there was one day it was in the mid 30s. That is as warm as it's been since before Thanksgiving. Yeah, there's one day so far I think where it was above freezing, and hopefully it just stays that way for the whole rest of the winter till like I don't know next November. That would be ideal. Now again, for people trying to grow crops, that might be inconvenient. That puts the winter in winter wheat, that's for sure. So yeah, okay, so October all the way to April, that's what I thought. But yeah, I think we're finally looking at a normal winter. Thank goodness, man. Oh man, only been waiting like a good several years for one of these. Now, Armored Wolf, have you guys had the super high winds up there? I know it's been colder. And I guess, will that printer be able to just kind of stay in the house there? Because I think it's got the heated elements to it, right? Yeah, that's for sure, Aaron. That is most definitely a rainforest. Yeah, this rainforests don't necessarily have to be 80 degrees in the shade or anything like that. They can take various forms. I wonder. Let me here take a little bit of this snow highlight away. Teensy bit of that. Also, maybe some of that. So we're just going to try and get some little smaller crags in here. But start breaking this up a little bit more. We did kind of the larger stuff. Now we're going to start doing some of the smaller details of it. Darker stuff here. So again, we've got the reflection of our planet down there, and of course, when we break out that fast matte white, that should also help make a big difference there. Because again, as dark as light as things look here, that is not our lightest light. Even up here by that star, even here on our snow, ice, whatever. So I think this is probably what we'll do next Thursday too, right on our flat Thursday. Do some more ornaments. I would still like to do some of our spherical ones. I mean, we have spheres. Actually, Tatley, I read that incorrectly. While that is a disaster, it's not quite the disaster I envisioned because I kind of got the words a little bit mixed up there. Uh, yeah, I thought the cat basically, shall we say, used your wet palette like a litter box. That's what I thought I was reading there. So now Tatley, well, I guess the good news is you have a calico cat. The bad news is the cat now has most of what you were looking to put on your miniature. So that could be unfortunate. So yeah, Tatley, I read that just reverse some of those words around, and that's what I thought I was reading. And I'm like, cats, they're not exactly Nobel laureates to start with, and well, they're not really the most considerate creatures on Earth either. So I thought, well, maybe he just decided it's like, okay, for some reason I have a rainbow litter box. Okay, well, I'll just go ahead and use that. And the paw prints to go with it. That does sound like a bit of a fracas right there. That sounds like illegal procedure right there. Yeah, that is actually that's more like a. I think that's more of a that's a 15-yard penalty right there. I think that definitely. Well, that qualifies as stepping out of bounds and coming back onto the playing field. Yeah, that's right. Once you step out of bounds, you can't come back onto the playing field. Well, you can't be the first one to touch the ball anyway. There you go. Well, Tatley, I mean, there are ways of claiming vengeance. Now, the cat is not aware of just how a screwdriver works and the consequences of a screwdriver when used on loosening the screws of a cat tree. So, maybe you can't always guarantee the stability of said cat tree. Just like the pile, well, we didn't have a cat tree, we just had piles of boxes. And I cannot confirm nor deny that sometimes the piles of boxes were made less stable than others. Now, again, it was his option to climb up on the unstable tower of boxes. Also cannot confirm nor deny that sometimes an additional outside force was applied to make sure that the boxes fell down. Yeah, that may or may not have happened. I can't really confirm that here. Where is my... Oh, yeah, is this the one? No, that couldn't have been the one I was using on the video. Let me get back to my phthalo green. Some of the sky blue here. Now, I want to try and there we go. I want to try and reestablish some of the kind of the bluishness that we had here that got kind of verschmizzled out of there when we added some of the warmer stuff. So yeah, see that cooler color? Got the warmer stuff going on over there. Now, of course, now that we have our legal expert in here, we have Thranul in here. So Thranul can confirm for us that said paw prints are legally admissible in the trial. So you might want to get good pictures of those, Tatley. Yes, get very good pictures of those paw prints. They will be used later on as evidence in the trial. Let me do this here. Of course, the cat is going to try and plead plausible deniability. Either that or insanity. Due to catnip, yeah. So the cat's going to say temporary insanity due to catnip. That will be his defense. Because you know those defense lawyers, they can be tricky, and they will pull out every little trick in the book there. So Tatley, well, we tend to create a lot of new terms here, don't we, Tatley? Well, Thranuel, can the cat enter as a plea of temporary insanity, exposure to catnip, which caused him to then walk onto the wet pallet, thereby spreading unauthorized paint colors all over the house. Let me do this. Of course, it could also be prosecution by laser pointer, Tatley. Yes, yeah, that would be, the cat would be subjected to at least 35 minutes of laser pointer torture. There we go. Okay, so now we want to also get that darker stuff around the edges too. I mean, this is the omni-channel off after all. We did not also cover, uh, constitutional law and stuff like that. What kind of a channel would this be? I'm gonna get me more of the Prussian blue into this here. I mean, there is a reason why we call this the omni-channel, because it also, again, for deep dives into, again, intercontinental law. Let's see here. I'm going to get me some more of that darker stuff right there. Also some here, because that's also going to see how that enhances the contrast with the mountain there. Let's do this here. Now, of course, also, too, can the cat request a change of venue? The cat might also say that the jury is also, biased against him. All right, well, again, trying to, because that was kind of a whole lot of nothing there. It was like this weird little straight line that went that way. We're trying to break up this profile just a little bit. Also, ooh, wait a minute. Oh, we got, again, this is one of our micro filbert brushes here. It's just, again, a craft brush. That's all it is. That is all it is. And we're going to use it almost, again, like creating a little chisel. Like a little, very soft chisel that we're going to use to then cut some things away here. Trying to, again, let's get some randomization on some of our rocky shapes. Here, you know what? I like the idea of making that just a whole bunch. Yeah, I like that. There we go. We needed that to kind of anchor that wave there. See what I did? Yes. I do words, Camja. I do words. Well, Thranuel, I do believe that is, again, another potential legal barrier that the cat might try to throw up right there. Especially after chewing on some plants. Because, cats have many favorite things. I do believe eating houseplants and then, shall we say, having the corresponding results all over the house. That is one of their favorite things to do. So yeah, see a little bit of dark mates. That side of the planet. There you go. Actually, Tatley, well, let me see. Well, we've painted Io several times. Let's just say the planet form of Io, we have painted that many times on this stream. Again, we've painted all of the Galilean moons, but we painted Io at least a couple of times. Now, last year, last holiday season, we added Ganymede, Callisto, and also Europa to that list. We also added the Death Star moon. Remember Mimas. We also added that one too. So that's what I was gonna say. We've painted the well, actually, Tatley. If Io was to eat some of those plants, actually Io would actually be Io because it is one of the most volcanic most volcanic body in the solar system. Although I think cats would definitely have probably an upper hand on that volcanic nature right there. I would think. Now, again, the cat is probably going to plead some kind of temporary insanity due to the influence of catnip. Now, of course, the transportation of mind altering substances across state lines, that also, now you're starting to bring an international law into this too. It's not just constitutional law. So the cat might actually bring you up on charges at The Hague, potentially there, Tatley. I'm not sure. Let's do some. Oh, it's almost time to bring out that fast mat weight. It's getting to be close to that time. Getting to be closer. Let's do this here. Trying to almost make this look like little rocky crags here that are closer to the closest to the viewer camera, however you would like to state it. And again, you can kind of see some of our bluish grains there. Now, again, here you can't necessarily see some of the violet. Maybe we try to. Oh, I do have that alizarin out there. All right. Okay, since I have that, let me try something's here. Where'd that go? Let me get you. Well, okay. Fine. Let's do this then. Let's go almost magenta. Oh, I wish I had the actual magenta there. We're going to go even more. Oh, yeah. Now you can see that. You can see that now here. Little bit more of the violet. There we go. And we're going to try to import a little bit of that into there. So you can see that red now. Yes, I do believe so, Thranuel. Let me get. Oh yeah, there you go. Now you can see that. That wasn't quite visible before. Oh, now you can see it. You can see that kind of again magenta starting to creep its way into some of these here. Going to get some of that up on the end of a cloud there, and then maybe even over here on the sides of our mountains. Also maybe here on that side of our little planetary body. There's some making. We're calling an audible over here. We're making some little adjustments there. What's interesting is that's actually darker. It's actually darker than the color that's there, but because it's got that little bit of red. Actually, Grant Oracle, that's a little bit of that. I don't know if it's really well, it's not technically alizarin crimson because it's the alkyd there. It's crimson-esque, I guess you could say. But yeah, well, look at, you can see that now. You can see that. And that's believe it or not, that is not a lighter value. That's actually darker than what's there. Yet you can see it more strictly because of the color that it is. Not the value, but the color. We say it all the time. We say it all the time. Contrast is more than just light versus dark. Boy, Thranduil. Actually, remember Thranduil? We used to have our pun contests. Since Thranduil is crushing the competition there in the pun contest. I think Thranduil has just launched several puns there just in the last few chats. So I think Thranduil is going to win the pun championship for this particular stream, unless Grand Oracle and Surface Tension team up to stop that. Also, and of course Recoil. Who is going to challenge Thranduil? I mean, it's still open mic night in Club Wappleville. Oh, look at that! Look at that nice little magenta stuff going on right there. Yeah, that really changes this around. So again, what's our opposite here? We got the warmer, and we're gonna get some more yellows up in there too. Just been waiting for that to have a chance to set a little bit, and it's gonna be a little bit less rough up there too. Then here, starting to, after I was able to let this more violet type color set, we were then able to add in some of this fabulous magenta here. It's not necessarily a super saturated magenta either. I'll tell you that. Not really. Yeah, I think overall there has been quite a few puns that have been flying around here just in the last 15-ish minutes or so. All right, I am. Oh, picture time. Yeah, we just did a big old change on this side here. Let us get some evidentiary pictures of that. Let's do that here. Oh, and regarding all of the new gummy bears there, I would think the weekend leading up to Christmas. So, of course, the anniversary stream is December 21st. So, that will be a special Sunday stream. So, I'm looking to do a special Sunday stream there. And I'm pretty sure that Saturday, that Friday, we would maybe just paint up a whole bunch of them gummy bears. I don't know. Even if let's see. Okay, if we get to about 30 of them, we have to do 10 per stream. Holy smokes, to get them all painted. And then, of course, we might actually have armies of gummy bears. That's because that's how we roll on the channel here. Now, what we're also going to roll with is some phthalo green. And that's Windsor yellow slash Hansa yellow right here. We got again another one of our homemade sort of filbert brushes there. It's not actually a filbert brush at all. That is just a soft, smushy craft brush formed into a filbert. I can see how that's gotten to be even more of a yellowish green there. Even more of a yellowish green. That might even roll up this way a little further. Get some, whoops, not too much phthalo green. Because phthalo green, it's a translucent color, but it is one of your higher saturation type colors. There we go. Back to the phthalo green and yellow mix. Like so. Again, and that's kind of almost extending over to where we have our bluish green now. Looks like Thranduil has just declawed the competition there in the in the pun contest. We'll look at that more. See? Softer edges in there. And we can always re-establish some of these stars. Oh, you know what? Speaking of establishing, I want to establish some of this green down here. Now, that's basically just a dry brush there. That is not a glaze. That is no glaze. That's just a dry brushy thing. See how that tints that? Look at that. See, it tints it yellow. You can see, look at some of the darker color on there. That is because it is removing a little bit of the paint there as we do that. But look at that. See how it tints that more of a yellow right there? Let me pull this down over here. Okay. Like you do. Yeah. Now Camda decides to toss the hat into the ring by saying, "This is absolutely ridiculous. You got to be kidding me." Now we're gonna do a little more of our soft. So again, see how it kind of takes that edge contrast. Edge contrast. Yeah, we got the coworker. Let's take some of. We haven't done one of these in a while. I haven't done one of these in a while. Oh, look at that. Now you can. We kind of take away some of the warm versus cool. Look at that. See all that magentas go on there too. Edge contrast, right? See how there's. We call that a lost edge there. Hard edges. That draws your eye. All of these hard edges draw your eye. And then this is a place where I just kind of rest or where things are allowed to kind of go to the background there. Bring that color back. Looky there, right? Looky there. More of our yellow, more of our green. Oh, yeah. That's good. Again, look at that nice little yellow tint to it. So this, right, is starting to have much more interesting flavor to it. We might do a similar thing over here too to try and get more of a sky blue in there. So yes, it's a full-blown pun war in the chat. It's like a battle royale there. Puns just flying around like crazy. Oh, doing it down here. So it's doing two things. It's taking down some of the edges, but also tinting that more of a yellow. That's what we like to see. I'm going to try to put a little dry brush of that yellow up here too. There we go. We're going to throw a little bit of that into here and try maybe again to indicate some craters or cratery things, right? Surface tension, yes, again, that's a highly sophisticated astronomical term, cratery things. I do believe so, Grand Oracle. I do believe so. Ooh, let me see if I. Ooh, this could be interesting here. Let me take that plus some of this. Now we're talking there. Now we're getting some light in there. A little bit more of it up in here. And then what I would like to do, just so we have some of these wispy things over here, I might need a little more thinner. Oh, that might just be enough. Seems like it is just now. I'm also going to here. Let me rid of this. Boy, Camden, I'm telling you, with these L kids here, if you don't keep after that with the brushes there, it sets up pretty quick. My goodness. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the YouTube channel. And again, we've got a couple of them. This, right, all of our ornaments, all their past streams, those are on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. So that would be this one right here. Again, the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. And then the other channel, that's now where I'm putting all of the Army Showcase videos. And the latest one, again, is that Arizona video. And that was the first one that features our 1800 scale ships. There's also, I already did the Battlestar Galactica video. That one features our all of our Galactica themed ships. Now again, wish me luck there. Maybe we'll get our Cylon base star after all, and also our Cylon Raiders, also our Cylon Heavy Raiders. So yeah, oh, yeah, you can see that green again. That's a phthalo green with some of the Windsor yellow there. So Armored Wolf, it is possible. The last stream where everything, kept internet would go down for a couple of seconds. It is possible that on a very windy day, that's what was kind of happening. That maybe there was a wire that was kind of getting some tension, getting shorted out or something like that. I don't know. But it's been a while since we kind of were streaming when there was some high wind. Oh, look, there is some really juicy phthalo green in there. So again, that is a much more intense green right there. Gonna get some of that up on the top surface there. So yeah, now we're really starting to feel the greens. Yeah, these are. I think ever since we did these Camda, that kind of is what got me thinking about doing those type of clouds, and it really is super fun. And it's kind of wild to see this now, down here. Thank you so much, Trap Lord. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. And of course, happy Friday. Gee whiz, happy Friday. Now on our second Friday stream, this will be more Arta based right here. We're going to paint this. This is one of our AON sculpts that we made right here. So we will paint up that. It's kind of fun, right, Camden, because it again gives you that little bit of depth. Now, what would happen if I was to a little bit of the? Let me see what happens right over here. So we're starting at the same kind of that intensity we added over here. We're adding that over here now, next to said star, and then of course once we do get our fast matte white out there and really intensify the light there. So Trap Lord, I hope that again your Friday is off to a fantastic start. Actually, well, Trap Lord, I don't think I have any. Actually, Trap Lord, if you check out the Instagram and you check out the, I think there's and on our Easterlings, you can see they're photographed on a terrain board. And again, we have, it kind of again looks, what is it? There's our Easterling army, and of course, whoop, there it is. So we basically have terrain like that, right there that you see there. I have a bunch of painted buildings, and it was all photographed with those painted buildings. And again, that was our Easterling army. And of course, well, I still have the army boards for our Tomb Kings, and also, wait a minute, let me try and find my lizard. There we go. There we are. So again, that is our Lizard Man terrain board right there. And again, that is for our Lizard Man army. So it's really fun to photograph. And of course, if you check out oh, here we go. Here's another. Well, let me scroll way up here. Whoops. There we go. So that's a display board, but also a terrain piece. It's a combo of terrain piece and display board there for our bolt action army. That was the very last one that I did there. Whoops. There we go. So Camda, I think I sent you that animation of Helm's Deep there. Well, that is, I want to paint that backdrop behind the Helm's Deep that I just printed out. So that is the goal. I'm trying to figure out some kind of way to film it. I know I could take pictures of it. I'm just trying to think, is there a way to possibly film that? Because that would all be painted in the oils and it would be massive. It would be gigantic. It would be enormous. So I'm just kind of trying to figure out the logistics of that. More of our phthalo green into this. There we go. So what that also is doing, see the edge of our little cloud starts to show up a little bit more now with this lighter mid-tone being here. And then you can see it starts to fade into that edge over there. So Camden, well, even, well, speaking of the Battlestar Galactica video, uh, remember I was super happy about getting that the one with the rotating thing, but a mirrored one, Camda. I wish that I had gone with that from the start. I purposely avoided those, back when I got the other ones. That's what I should have gotten. And actually, Camda, now I'm almost starting to think about getting a much bigger one of those, because you have to really be in close to not have like some of the stuff around it show up on camera. So, gee whiz, yet another piece of equipment we might have to get. Now I'm going to get me some of that green here also on our little wispy clouds there. Again, that kind of shoving is. This acts like our water. Speaking of which, let's go. Oh, wait, picture first, then we'll get to our water. So let's do this first. 1 second. Let us do this here. Whoops. I thought I had the camera. Again, normally I would have my regular camera here, but that has been acting okay. Well, I guess that's it with the pictures then. Can't really do much more unless we try to clear out some space there. So let me see if I can clear out some things. Like maybe these. Okay. Yep, don't need those either. Right, let me see if I can clear out a little bit of space here. Now we're going to go over here and we're going to try and get some of the blue in here now. Some of the more dramatic blue here. So 1 second. Okay. So I should have cleared off enough space to be able to take a picture now. At least hopefully. There's should be plenty of space. There's, for whatever reason, deleting files doesn't seem to really do anything here. Okay, now let's get to this brush here. Let's get to our Prussian blue. Maybe a little bit of our sky blue. And we're going to try and get some of that also here in our mountains. And then this here, we're going to have to break that up with even more. Probably some more darker shapes in that water. I think that might have been a little more thinner than I wanted to get on there. Yeah, I'm going to work some of that down here. Yep. Now that's got a whole bunch of greens on it. Maybe try this one instead. So again, we're using it as a blending, but look, we're just tapping the surface with it like a little bit of Morse code there. That's it. Cam did that. I didn't necessarily think that small backdrop I'd be using that, be able to make that much use of it. I thought for sure I'd have to make the giant one. And again, I was working on that giant one, but then, well, we quite literally went from 70 degrees to low 20s almost overnight. And that's sort of, well, even if I wanted to go spray stuff, say in the backyard, even, that's not possible because of, well, the snow. So yeah, the plans for the giant painted backdrop that kind of got altered. Now Grand Oracle, I actually, because right now basically the spray cans I need they're on back order right now. Yeah, Dick Blick is out of them. So I went to Amazon to think if I could get them there. Well, they're like $4 more for one thing, but the one thing I did learn is that there was, a little more information about them on Amazon. And remember, all of my suspicions are correct because it said there in like whatever the info about it. These do not have the aerosols and the other kind of things. They're designed to be basically indoor safe. Those sprays. So now that I have it kind of confirmed there, now again, I still have my respirator and all the fans going, but now I know that they're, and that's why they're not. Remember, this, they don't eat the foam. I could use them on all of my foam terrain. So that was interesting information to learn. That wasn't exactly what I was going to Amazon to learn, but I thought I would click on it because all that info was there. Uh, you would think that would be on the Dick Blick site, but it's not really on there. So yeah, maybe I take that indoors. The problem is there's just no space to do that. See what I did there? You didn't think I was gonna let a pun contest go entirely on its own. And just like we do on all of our water. Oh, that's right. Well, I was going to refill the medicine here super quick. I will try to grab the Corsair ornaments. Yeah, let me go do that super quick here. 1 second here. Don't want anybody go anywhere. We shall be right back. Again, I just want to get my Corsair ornament so we can show those on the stream here. So here they are, and you can see we've got our super fancy Christmas hangers right there, otherwise known as paper clips. This is that's what we did on stream last. Uh, Actually, it was Monday. This might have been Armada Monday, but there's our Corsair ships that we did. Get same exact ornaments. Now here I did the blackest black on the back of them there. So that was our last set of ornaments. Now I want to get that darker stuff around the edges. So let me try and clear out a brush that might work. I think maybe this one for it here. So let me get as much of this out of here as we can. And this is the, again, not blackest black stuff here. We're going to start putting some of this out there. Again, on the edges here. Because, yeah, I can really get a much better idea, again, just how dark are the edges, or how dark are they not. Maybe get those out of the way. We need some more of this out here. There we go. That's more like it. Whoops. There we go. Here too. And bingo. There. Now that's already making it a lot easier to see just how dark this is and how light this is right here. I can kind of make some more adjustments now based on what I'm seeing here. Let's do the same on this guy. Down here, and again, this is probably where we're going to add some more, few more of our latest light. Oh no, it's almost hour 3. It's almost time for some fast matte white. Look at that. And then after this, after everything dries, then we'll come in with the, I think it's called Max Darth or something. Now, I thought that the Green Stuff World, those markers that have the oil, well, that you can use with the oil paints, I thought those were already on the way. Those were only just shipped apparently like yesterday or something. So I don't think we're going to be seeing those for quite some time. Yeah, wouldn't be surprised if I don't see those things until literally sometime in 2026. So those again, the experiment there potentially with the oil paint markers, that little experiment could be a little ways away on the Patreon page. I mean, as soon as they show up, I'll try to do videos on them. But again, something tells me they're not going to be here for a long time. Come on, there we are. And I think we now have that. Yeah, we have circumnavigated both of our ornaments there. That's good. Let's get a little, just some regular water here. That's still from the primer. Yeah, I don't think these even got primed until about maybe 5 minutes before the stream. Needless to say, it was a busy day. Okay, so there we go. We have our black around the edges. That really does help. Now again, where you see some of the shinier stuff here, most of that goes away when it dries. If it does not, that's where we just hit it with the Army Painter Anti-Shine. Now, our Fast matte white makes its appearance at long last. Right about at hour 3. Look at that. Did I not promise? Hour 3. That gets out on the palette there. Now we shall focus first on things like the stars, especially our latest stars. I'm just going to get some thinner on that to break that down. Again, some of our latest stars. We're going to do this first, especially our main ones here. There you go. Big difference on the, oh yeah, look at that. Makes a big difference there. And then maybe some of our smaller ones here. Gonna maybe reestablish some of these. They got kind of wiped out when we were working on some of this. Also to edge of our planet there to, again, bring up that light, that kind of tunnel of light there. Now on the mountain stuff here. And remember, this will have a little more effect because we also, we kind of tinted it with that yellow. Remember, it was the dry brushed glaze, the driest glaze ever. That's what we do here. The super dry glazes. Again, sorry about that. I have to say, the humidifier, wow, I didn't think it would make that much of a difference in here. Now, of course, it hasn't been anywhere near as cold. It's only been, like, say, in the mid to high 20s or whatever. But yeah, humidity is 33% in here, and hopefully that humidifier is still going out there. That was another delay in starting the stream. As I looked, I'm like, I better put at least some water in those humidifiers before I stream, because there ain't going to be any left after about 2 hours. The thing is that it's a warm mist humidifier also. Those are really fantastic in the winter time. Love those a lot. Definitely got to restore a whole bunch of these stars up in here. We might also want to get a little bit more of our reflected light there on the mountains. Thinking that too. That got a little too much. Well, looky there. See it, right, Camden? We have the ability to blot out not just entire stars, but entire galaxies. We bring planets into existence. That's how powerful the oils are. It takes only seconds to bring new worlds into existence. Get a little more of the light there on the edge of some of the clouds. Also, maybe even some of this right there. And now we will do some of this here. Can bring it in this lightest light here. And that's something that we wait on, right? We're not doing that right away. We want to see our midtones and darks play out first, then we can do that. Now here especially, okay, we want to really hit this light. That's our starlight there, right? We're really going to start hitting this. I've been waiting for quite some time to try and do, boom, look at that. Blammo. Right, that's taking that. Now where's our, so that's why I wanted to have these here, so you could kind of see again what we're doing with the reflections there on the water. Now here is the planet reflected. This here. Now reflected down onto our waves here. Don't necessarily want that to be like some kind of raging tempest or something like that of water. Maybe a little more lighter again, kind of almost like a little snow ice valley, glacial valley here, something maybe like right in here, like that. That works. And here, maybe we'll take this, mix it with our white, and does it get a little too light? Well, look at this again. It's like a magic eraser. Look at that. Now, let me try this instead. There we go. Yeah, the shadow color of the mountains has a whole bunch of our kind of dirty magenta color in there. Why not? Looky there. So instead of the blue, going more towards the magentas. Some of that works its way down into the water over here too. What is happening up here on the lower portions of this road? So that's the cooler green we hit it. Now here is, and again in this lower area here, more of a magenta type of a color. And these things, again, because they're all alkyds, by this time tomorrow, they may not be 100% dry. But, I mean, they would be dry enough, say, to handle. Get some of this in here. Like so. Yeah, there we are. Yeah, let's go back to our white here and get more tiny little stars going. Much as I would like to do our spatter star type of thing that we did earlier, that there's just too much stuff that we would probably end up hitting with that. So we'll just do it the old-fashioned way here. Again, 3 hour and 4 minutes ago, these had no paint on them. 4 hours ago, these had no primer on them. I'm really entirely serious about that. It was because I was doing so much with trying to get those our Lord of the Rings gummy bear stuff ready to show on stream, which meant trying to get all those cured. Thanks, Armored Woofer posted a link to the Patreon page. That's the other thing too, is I was editing and rendering the latest tutorial video. I think it was about maybe 9:45-ish or something like that. It was close to, it was about 9:45, I think, when I finally got that to start rendering. And I think it finished rendering right before the stream started. Yeah, that is going up onto the Patreon page as soon as I can get it uploaded to YouTube and such after the stream. So we should be caught up for December. And I try to every 3 days have a new video. That ends up being somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 videos a month at 2+ hours on average each. So just imagine you do that 15-hour thing. Not only are you getting somewhere around 2,600 hours worth of existing videos, every month you stay on the Patreon page, you're getting another somewhere around 20 hours worth of videos every single month. Not sure there's a whole lot of Patreon pages out there that keep you that busy. And again, that is all on the Patreon page. And it's not just oil painting. There's acrylic stuff, there's terrain, there's basing, there's quite literally hundreds of basing videos that have nothing to do with oil paints. We've got printing workshop, sculpting workshop, airbrush workshop. Even things of, okay, all of those FDMs, those tree supports. Oh, actually, so Grand Oracle, that giant piece, I might have sent you the picture of that biggest piece. It took about 35 hours to print. We're talking about tree supports the size of sequoia trees, like giant redwoods. I'll be able to make I could reforest the planet with just the FDM support trees that I'll be able to make from that. I might need to buy about 30 pounds of marble dust, but, you know, uh, that's neither here nor there, I guess. But yes, I have some mega tree supports now that are somewhere in the neighborhood of like 12 inches long or something like that. They're just ginormous. Okay, I wonder, I might try to take a little bit of this perlene black here. Let me see if I can maybe work some of that onto the shadow set. Also, maybe cratery things. Do some craters there. In the center portion here, where things are not quite as foreshortened. Yeah, you can see if I hold it this way now. And yeah, now we're about 3 hours, 10-ish minutes into the painting process here of our Spacescape ornaments. Because the universe, of course, is flat. Where are we at here? They were doing this. Couple more, yeah, a couple more of our little darks in there. More of foreshortened craters. If we're going to do those on this part of it, gotta be more foreshortened. Basically, have to smush those a little bit. Go back to my phthalo green here, maybe for a little something darker on that one wispy cloud up there. It's probably going to be the last in progress picture here because I think we'll have somewhere around 12. I try to get at least 10, maybe around 15 or so, because I think I got about maybe 10 of our Corsair ornaments that we painted. Again, those done with the oil paints. So I think that's so we're at 4 ornaments now for the holiday season. If we can scare up a couple of more next week. I'm not sure we would be able to do, what was that? Oh yeah, the 4 spacescapes. We call them the multiscapes when we were doing our 2D stuff. I don't think we could quite do 4 of them. And that might be a little too much. Trying to get me some of this blue in here, even around that our star there. Yeah, that was that's more like it in here again. That's kind of a sky blue type of a color there. It's not dark, it's not really light either. It falls into that middle tone range. If you got a value scale of 1 to 10, 1 through 3 tends to be your light colors, your kind of 7 through 9, or 7 through 10 tends to be your darks, and all that stuff in between, that kind of 4 through 7, those are your middle tones. And, well, the world is middle tone. If it was just white and just black, it would all be like pen and ink drawings. That's how it would be. And that is not what the world is like. Is there a piece of fuzz on the end of that brush there? I'm going to try to even get an addition to some of the, yeah, here, let's get some of that sky blue here. Kind of like what we were doing here with the yellow. We're going to try and do that over here. Now, of our thing is our sky blue, that is not manganese blue. That would be translucent enough to kind of just throw over the top. It's like, there we go. See, we're starting to see it here now again. That contrast of the blue versus the reds or magentas. So again, kind of a sky blue versus the magentas there. Not so much in the clouds down there. We'll kind of keep pushing it up here a little more. Maybe down here a little more. Might actually, believe it or not, actually continue that up onto the, because in the previous ornament we just kind of painted that as a hanger. With these, like the Corsair ones, as I said, we'll just have the, whatever the image is, it'll just carry up onto the hanger portion, I guess if we want to call it that. Some of that blue down here. There. So again, we've got kind of a blue versus the red transition there. Actually, I kind of like the idea of a bunch of the blue right in here. Yeah, I might push that even here a little bit further. More like that, and actually get rid of that. Oh yeah, there we go. So now, light of our planet goes down there a little bit. You have to have the dark sometimes to show the light. Back to the. Well, that's kind of a lighter middle tone magenta in there now. So extend that out a little. Get with some of the magenta. Trying to create a little something there in that foreground area. I was tempted that okay, let me try something here though. Hopefully this is not going to be too much. I'm going to take some of this same sky blue we've been using over there. Just right down, that's it. That is it. So again, you can see that that's more of a warmer green than this. I'll do a quick little film noir here. Let's do that. So you can see, again, we don't have those color contrasts anymore. There's not the magenta versus the blue here, or the warmer versus cooler green. Then we have plenty of, value contrast. That's also a thing for sure. I want to try to get that little, here, let's get this little lens flare going. That kind of got a little bit wiped away when we were doing some of our blending brush stuff there. And now the paint is set enough that I can kind of put this in here and not remove paint, because that's what would have happened if I had tried to do this too soon. It would have just, for all intents and purposes, wiped away or torn away the paint that was already sitting there. It happens an awful lot to folks using the oils, at least in their early phase of using them, especially with certain colors. Red's probably going to be one of them. For folks doing oil paints, that tends to be a difficult color range, at least, because reds tend to be much thicker, much either hyper translucent or hyper opaque. Okay, there's no cleaner or thinner on that brush, and now I can use that also. Again, it's a bit of a blending brush, and now you can see we have that sort of lens flare effect going on. That we don't want that to be too late, because we want that to sort of be the main star up over there on that side. I mean, we literally have a tunnel of light leading towards it. So we should probably have that one be the center of focus. Gonna have that. Even a miniature needs to have a center of focus. Now, actually, Armored Wolf, do you project it? Maybe there's some kind of either basing bits or whatever that you could potentially use for your Carnosaur. That's what I was wondering. I still was trying to find. I have to locate that box of stuff that makes it, because the Harad stuff and the Easterling stuff, well, that was put in one area because, well, Harad and Easterlings, I just have to now see if the rest of that might have gotten brought out to the garage or something. A little something lighter here with our, again, little lens flare on that star. Not going to do a lens flare on that one, because this one's kind of, again, sort of half eclipsed there by the clouds. Maybe we put a little hint of something there. Still got our fast matte white out here. And the planet there reflecting down onto our water. Or it could just be ice or something like that. Could be a big ice flow or something, a glacier. I mean, that is kind of a glacier valley, so maybe that's what this is right here. Who knows? I'm going to maybe try to go a smidge darker. Some of this here. Let me take... I guess I better get some... Ooh. That was a little more thinner than I was looking for. Just trying to tone that whole area down to make that a little bit darker there. Because get your reflection should be darker and grayer than the thing that is being reflected. It should not be a perfect mirror. Believe it or not, even you looking in the mirror, that the image that you're seeing is not just reversed, it is also kind of a little bit darker. Because there's no way it could have the same kind of lighting that you have because, well, it's not being lit the way you are. It's just a distant reflection of it. But yeah, if light can bounce around many hundreds of thousands of miles, or even millions of miles, whatever, it can certainly bounce around in the close proximity of like a room, for sure. That's why reflected light is such an important thing. Working against some more of our Prussian blue. There we are. And now, because we're let's see, 3.5 hours in, right? That paint has set enough. All right, can do this kind of dry brush thing, and again, it's not going to quite literally just yank the paint off the surface. That is really something again that happens to folks a lot with the oil paints. That's why well, I mean, we're doing two different ornaments here, and there's a reason for that. Because if I was just doing this one, it would be really hard to just kind of, well, not do anything and just kind of wait. Oh, let's give this 10, 15 minutes for this paint we just put on here to set, especially in the early phases. For working on multiple things, that basically happens by default. You don't even have to think about it. I mean, that Army Painting Series episode I was just filming, well, that was another case of, since I was working on, 10 of them at once. Ooh, look at that nice little bit of shadow right in there. That paint was setting up real nice, so I could very easily make more applications of paint because the stuff I put down initially, again, maybe it was certainly not dry. I mean, nothing on either of these is dry. However, the paint is definitely more set, and what we're talking about, say, green stuff, where it enters that phase where you could still potentially even smush it if you were to stick your tool in it, but you really couldn't sculpt with it. Well, that's it. It is set. It's again, it's not fully cured or anything like that. Because remember, this is not acrylic stuff. That worked by evaporation. It cures more like green stuff. That's not the most exact description ever, but it's the closest analogy that kind of makes sense as far as miniature painting stuff goes, or miniatures in general. Think of it more like green stuff. What was this? Oh, brown stuff. Yeah, that I don't know if they still make that, but that I always loved that for doing things like armor, because essentially the idea behind that was that it was kind of a more maybe slightly more brittle, but it gave you a much better edge. So if you were doing armor plates or something like that, brown stuff, you used to see that all the time on sculpts and like on the Reaper page or whatever. Let me push this across here. Again, the other way you could think of something like, okay, your meshy or something like that is just like how we thought of it. Even Eldritch Foundry is making an armature. So you say, you know what, instead of having to sculpt an entire figure, I'll do maybe a bunch of it in Eldritch Foundry or Meshy or something like that, but then the final details that I just cannot do in either of those arenas, well, I'll go ahead and I'll do that with a good old sculpting tool and some green stuff. Which that would have been super helpful with that wedding cake topper thing for sure. What are we doing here? Yep, more of that. I want to get. Not gonna do any more dark there. Nope, not doing that. What we might do though. Well, it means I gotta get all the violet stuff out of here. Let me take some of that because of our store over here. And get some, again, a little bit of light on the shadow side of that mountain over there. Some of that blue maybe now. Ah, boy, you can really see it. I just did it right there. Yeah, there we are. So we were getting some of the warmer greens down in here. Now we got some of the blues. Again, color goes somewhere, must go everywhere, right? We got those, again, the cooler greens, the warmer greens over here. Now you can kind of see some of the magentas in there. Let me try a little bit of this here. Some of these waves, we need to have a little bit of that mountain there. Okay, now we got it. See if we can reinforce again the planet and its reflection here. You can see even that we broke that up a little bit. It's where'd those go? I just had them over here. There they are. So you can see how they're not just straight lines, right? They're broken up. They have a little bit of undulation to them. It's kind of the same principle there. Let me get this going here. Tempted to add a little. That might be a little too light if we go too crazy with that way back there in the distance. Let's not do that. Just trying to, again, put some smaller little detail type things in there. And now we're at about, 3.5 hours officially here. And not too shabby considering that about 4.5 hours ago there was not even primer on these. They're essentially just plastic ornaments. You can't really see on the other ones, but here, these are like a wooden version of the same thing. I think I have one. Yeah, here we go. So you can see that this little protective paper stuff on there. You just peel that stuff off, and I just hit it with some Stynylrez brush on primer. And that's about all that it takes. Trying to work in a bit more of a horizon line here. Now maybe I'll go dirtier. Let's get this stuff out of that brush. Now we're again going towards a super dark violet here. Also possibly up there to darken that down. Yeah, that might just work. That. Dark up here. Come on. Yeah, that's it. You know what? I'm just going to get rid of that. We're trying to extend the solar flare, the lens flare up there. Nah, just got rid of that. I'm gonna maybe do some more of the wispy clouds here. Now up here, let me try more of that. Give me all the paint out of here. Give me this phthalo green again. Some of the yellow in there. Trying this with the softer brush, and then I might. Now here, maybe the lens flare thing should come more over the top of that. So let me try this again here. Let me go get my liner brush. Again, this one has much stiffer bristles on it than what we were just using. Also extend those to make it, again, a little more robust than the other star there. And you know what? I might just extend that up and over our little dust clouds there. Extend this out this way. Ah, bingo. There we are. That is much better. I like that much more for that star up there. Again, we like the soft edge there. We don't want to mess with that. Up here, trying to create more of those harder edges because that brings us to the foreground. Softer edges, whoosh, that goes to the background. I believe on the Linseed Fellowship channel, the next video that will appear will be this one. Actually, it's up there already. As of 3 hours and 30 minutes ago, this one went up there. Our Corsair ornaments that you just saw, those will probably go up 3 or so days from now. So what's say the 12th, so probably on the 15th or 14th or 15th or so. I think our Corsair ornaments gonna appear on that Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. I will be making also later today an Instagram post. Well, there you go. There's that Linseed Fellowship channel, and also the Instagram there. That is where I post finished pictures of things, and you will be seeing finished pictures of that Eowyn figure. Again, that was one I made myself, and that file and all these other kind of files that I'm making, those are going to be available to the patrons on the Patreon page, because, well, if you're going to follow along, it's kind of hard to do that if you can't get the figure. And again, I'm not interested in doing like a My Mini Factory thing or something like that. Don't want to do that. Just essentially, if you're on the Patreon page, you will be getting the files. So it's kind of like a double Patreon there. Yeah, it's like signing up for a miniature Patreon now and a painting tutorial Patreon. There we go. You know, I like the idea of a little line along this edge right here. Also, too, I might again put some really teensy stars even closer to the horizon line there. Again, we did some of our spatter stars there, but not gonna do a new set of spatter star Galactica. Maybe we'll add a few more of those over here too. Not so much there, because that again, if I put too many of our little stars in there, then we don't have. It's going to be very hard to believe we got all these dust clouds obscuring those. So we can only go so far with our stars there. Thanks, Camda. Well, Camda, hopefully you got the kids fed the other day, and there was no orc revolt or anything like that. I think we're going to have to resort to the old scrambled eggs again today after the stream because I don't believe I have anything else here. I will be doing air fryer stuff later today, though. That will happen. Yeah, Camda, I think I got at least 10 for sure. Maybe as many as 12. With these things here, there's not, since we're not doing the drawing phase and all that, there's not quite as many. And oh, there's no watercolor fit. This is actually more classic oil painting, right, Camda? Oh, that's good, Camda. That is good. Actually, I did actually make that my cranberry sauce, so we'll have some of that after the stream. I actually didn't get any of that when I was making it, whenever the heck that was. I think that was in the middle of the night, yeah. Made that somewhere around 5:30 in the morning. Because these were the same way too, right, Camden? Where it basically just started painting. There was no drawing, there was no watery stuff. We just went straight in, boom, with the oils. And again, I know I have at least probably I might have as many as 5 or 6 more of these, just unpainted things. So we'll try and do another double. I don't know if it's gonna be. It might just be some spacescapes or something. Because these are they're kind of fun. Now we could even paint it up as a planet too. It wouldn't be spherical. But again, the next stream we'll paint that one Eowyn figure, and then whatever else I can prep. I was kind of hoping to do a little bit of a batch on Saturday. Now here we're going to try and get a little different instead of just those linear shapes, trying to get something almost a little bit more of a round shape. We're going to take our blending brush to that. Doesn't wipe it out, but it does kind of soften it a little bit there. Try to get even some tinier ones in here. Like you do. Now over here. Like this. Here. Maybe right up next to our little planet there. Again, hopefully you've had a chance to maybe do some more experiments with those newer colors that you got too. Experiments again. You never know quite what's going to happen, right? With some of the experiments, Camda. Let me see. When did I first sign on to Meshi? Was it even a week ago? Today's Friday. Actually, I don't think it's even been a week, Camda. Or, well, maybe it has been because we did the Aowen figs last weekend. So it's maybe been 8 days. It's been quite the 8 days or 9 days or so, tops. More of our lightest light down into our foreground area again, trying to kind of rough this up a little bit, make some smaller little things, kind of like what we're doing here with the waves there. Again, trying to break up some of those surfaces a little bit. Got some fun references that I found. Like Jupiter is seen from the surface of Io, so maybe we could do something like that. Let me try this. Same deal here. Maybe a little extra light on the edges of these clouds here. And not too much. Not go bonkers with that. Got this now. Little touch more of that light over there, and maybe even some up here on that cloud there. Now this is it's kind of almost too straight of a line. I might move this down. Get this out of here. We'll take maybe this brush over here. We got a perlene black, kind of a dry brush here. Yeah, see that whole edge there was like, that is way too regular. We gotta alter that a little bit, and that's what I'm just gonna do here. Making a bit of a change, pushing this further down. Yeah. See, now we just kind of broke up that line. It was like someone took a ruler or something and just drew a line there, and our scalloped edges followed that line like a construction thing or something. So got rid of that. Well, now we go back to some of this, some of this here, and then ultimately maybe some of our white there, but get that now. And then stop there. So yeah, see that went like on a straight line. Boom. No, not so much straight line. This is also going to have to be, I think, taken away here a little bit. This. Yep. Softens that up too. Yeah, there we are. No, and can't be afraid to make little adjustments here and there like that, or big ones. You don't necessarily have to just, I'm scrapping the original plan. You don't have to do that, but maybe be willing to kind of make a little bit of alteration here and there. I mean, if you see 10 defenders stacked in the box, you say, you know what, maybe we're gonna audible out of this run play. That's just gonna be a handoff to the fullback right up the middle. Maybe we won't do that. In the teeth of those 10 guys, they're only about 3.5 yards away from us. And of course, we're already into another big football weekend, because guess what? Army-Navy game this Saturday. And then, some big old... actually, there's going to be some NFL games too, I think, on Saturday. There might even be some on Friday. I think there's actually maybe some college games on Friday too. In fact, there might have been a bowl game tonight. And of course, the weekend after this, boom, then the playoffs begin. And then it gets real. We will see if the likes of James Madison University and Tulane can somehow pull off the gigantic upsets. I mean, Indiana versus Ohio State, that was a mega upset right there. It's already started. Well, and also the Duke thing, yeah, that was another one. And there we go. Not sure if that's an internet thing or if. Let me just refresh this and see if we are still out there. No, we're still there. So I'm not sure what that was. That was just a Twitch thing. That was not an internet thing. Never mind. Hey, thanks, Irid. Yeah, I think that was just the Twitch thing in the browser that I'm just looking to always look at here and there. Yeah, Camda, just think what you have to look forward to. Getting back to streaming. Yes, you'll love being in Streamlabs and all the twitchy things that Twitch does. Just think about it, Camda. Yes, you'll absolutely love it. It won't be the least bit irritating or frustrating. Twitch works perfectly all the time, doesn't it, Irid? It never does weird things. There, okay, now we really got ourselves a hefty light going on our planet up in the sky there. And then see, we got a sharp edge there, even here, even on the planet. Same thing here. Sharper edges somewhere. Other places, not such a sharp edge. Yeah, it's a dimension that I'm not familiar with. None of us are familiar with, right, Irid? At all. Nice to see you again there, Revless. Happy Friday. Well, in the case here now for Aussie friends, it's getting to be almost supper time there, Camda. I'm not sure if you need to be scaring up some more chow for those hungry orcs over there. Yeah, I'm just those orcs. They shall not know pain, right? I mean, they're the fighting urukai. You can see what we did here with our mountains. Just trying to get a little bit of. Again, here I'm gonna take this and do a little more of a cut in there, like so. Arid, yes, it's a good thing, right? You're up on that mountain there. Now, glad that also too. Hopefully, the in-laws. I was just all of a sudden it occurred to me. It's like, hopefully they're also on a higher plane, so to speak. And hopefully the medicine has finally done its trick, and because I know you waited long enough for that to actually be kind of given out. And hopefully it has done its job. Well, that is good, Eric. Glad that is another little, unneeded Easter holiday you don't have to worry about there. So let me here. I wasn't initially gonna do that, but actually doing this down here is helpful. It kind of anchors, yeah, it anchors those mountains over there too. Revless, that's a novelty product for sure. I guess, well, that's right. You can have, and sometimes I think even streamers have them, right? That the lights they coordinate with like your music or basically any sound that they hear. Actually, yeah, Cam, does some of the lights that you were seeing on the table there are kind of those, the LED lights that you have like around people's TVs or something like that, like backlit TV or streamers have behind them. Obviously, I'm using those to get the ambient light. So there, those were I kept them kind of a cyan, and then all of my other lights were basically like the lights on the wall. Those LED lights, I made those red. I had a couple of the little teensy. Here's no, that's not one of them. My little tiny lights that I use. I had one of those pointed at it, like three of them actually, because that terrain you saw, the Moria stuff, that was just the spray paint. That wasn't even anything with airbrush or any dry brush or whatever. That was literally just all done by lighting, which is why, again, City of the Dead, I just hit it with the spray paint, and the rest is all just going to be done by the lights. Yeah, that sounds good there. Nope, nope, don't like that. It's not. We don't want to need. We don't have to wipe it away completely, but partially. Look at that. See, we're taking this again, a brush that had no paint on it, and then we just sort of take a little bit of that away. And again, I don't know if they'll add something else to it, but we'll definitely be painting up again this Awen right here for sure. The Saturday stream, I am hoping to do more of a multi-figure type of a thing. We shall see what I am able to prep. I also wanted to do our that Oven Chariot, but again, there's one piece that just does not want to print out. Okay, there we are. Come on, a little bit more here. Again, taking that starlight and bringing it down to there. I might take some of my yellow here. Get that around our star. So instead of the white there again, it's a little bit of the yellow, and that is going to mix with the green that is there. I think, yeah, it might have been prize support at Adepticon like 2007 or 2008. I think there was some kind of sort of cheap paint shaker or something like that. That I think it broke after about two shakes or something. Never had one since. And I mean, we painted with acrylics for a long time. Never actually had a paint shaker. We used the Mark One arm. Yes, the Mark One arm. That's what we used instead of a paint shaker. Sometimes we use the Mark One and Mark Two arm if we had more than one bottles to shake. I mean, see, that's the thing is those paint shakers. Most of them they only can shake one bottle at a time. The Mark One can actually do two bottles at a time. Actually, if you're talented enough, you can actually stick like say two of them between these fingers. You could do four of them at once. Again, with the Mark 1 and Mark 2 paint shaker. There we go. That's a little bit more reasonable over there. I might do a little bit of that yellow over here even. Around this guy. Teensy bit more there. There you go. Let me do a little bit more of this now. Come on, there it is. And trying to do something that is not just the more loose, the foreshortened kind of crater slash mountain stuff. Trying to do something that has a little more. We should probably lighten that up a touch there. Yes, and the Mark 1 and Mark 2 paint shakers, they happen to be very low cost. I'll hear those. I know AD has a paint shaker thing on her stream, and I'll hear that sometimes. Like, what the heck is that noise? I don't know if I've ever seen one of those, Revless. Not sure. Maybe I have. Let me keep going here. Let me add some. Nope, not that big old clump of paint on there. I'm trying to find something. There we go. Yeah, well, red, especially cadmium red, right, Camda, that makes things go very, very quickly. Especially if you consume any of it, brings you to the end very quickly. I'm trying to line up just the edge of that little cloud there, and also maybe we need some here. I mean, it is impacted by said star, so fine, we'll throw a little bit more out there too. Let me chunk a little bit more in there. Let me get some of this green, and we'll there we go. Have to soften up that light. That was a way too much, especially because we'll have too many edges in one place, right? We want that to be the dominant edge there, just like this here, right? And then these edges down over here too. Now, yes, we'll be working on another one of our meshy figures. And then again, all of our Lord of the Rings themed gummy bear guys here. Where is my... I'm looking for my... There he is. This this still gets me that he was able to do something like that. So again, there's our fun Radagast Lord of the Rings themed gummy bear there. Back there, I got my darkest green. Realize I should get some of that up here too. Now again, this is not an algae. This is the Perline Blacks. Now Perline Black doesn't. It's not exactly one of those slow drying colors. It's certainly not, oh, shall we say, one of our cadmiums, or it's not one of our, say, Egyptian violet or Indian yellow, those notoriously slow drying colors. Into it here, yeah. Again, that's creating that little cloud cavern right there. More of this right in here. So actually, Armored Wolf, I'm just thinking some of those build plates on that could take a while to make because, well, the build plate's so darn huge. It could take quite a while to, with basing bits. Now, of course, Armored Wolf, it'll be a lot easier to print out, say, 72 mil sized basing bits to use. Well, most of the Nerex and stuff already has its own basing bits, if you want to call it that, since they tend to be more miniature dioramas as opposed to just miniatures. But yeah, those CA Sculpts figs I was telling you about, like that Morrigan thing, and actually, well, Nerixon has that 100 plus mil. It's like 150 mil, I think. I, I've only ever put the 72 mil figs on a bill plate, so I have no idea just how colossal those 150 mil figs must be. Boy, Armored Wolf, that's and then it's the other features too. It's not just okay, it's gigantic, and the fact that you might and well, no stupid USB drive, right? That alone. That I don't know, Revlis. I would figure they would have to be much more of a solvent-based thing for vehicles or something like that. Hey there, Max. How are you doing? Thanks for watching the stream along with Recoil. So Recoil, hopefully you have been able to. You didn't run out of any medicine there. Now, of course, you could always head over to the pharmacy to get more medicine. I will probably be doing that this week. Not so much medicines for me, but for some of the festivities that might be happening in a little bit here. I'm going to torque him a little bit. See around here. Again, kind of continuing this cloud over there, and do this. And oh, geez, that's right, Armored Wolf. Well, glad that. Well, hopefully, you've been able to enjoy that with some gusto there. I mean, actually, Armored Wolf. Geez, that thing might have arrived at the perfect time because, well, A, you're also not like thousands of miles away from home, so you can actually use it, minor details there. So, yeah, I think it might have just shown up right at the right time. You can actually take that deep dive into getting that thing going. Oh, that's good, Recoil. That's good. Actually, well, well, let's see. I mean, with the Christmas cookies, I am kind of tempted actually to throw a little bit of actual rum into the recipe. I know it's rum extract, not the same thing. Oh, rum balls. That's what Kathy used to make rum balls. I know her family made those too. I think there was one year where let's just say they were almost like rum waffles. If you remember those, yeah, they were. You could almost be incapacitated just by opening the container they came in. So you had too many of those rum balls. Well, you were gonna be. It was gonna get interesting. Have a good night there, Irid. Well, yeah, Camda, of course. The preservative properties of it are not to be ignored and discounted, right? So again, a little bit more of our dark along the edges here, and then we're also going to put some this away here. Come on. Like that. Maybe a little more of that dark down in here too. Ah, there we go. Yeah, that's starting to. Boys are getting very rocky now. So have a good night there, Eric. Again, we'll see you soon enough, and enjoy your stream. If you want to maybe post your Pinterest link there, Eric, one more time. One more time before you head off to Slumberland. And again, glad that you are high and dry. Well, I mean, there's plenty of benefits to it, right, Camdip? Especially radiant cobalt. It literally makes you radiant. There you go. I'm going to try to Come on, take a little bit of this side of that. There we go. Oh, that sharpened that up nicely. Also made it less of just like a perfect angle. We're trying to change the some of the peaks there. Okay, kind of like what we did up there with the clouds. You know what? I might try to do a similar thing right in here. Trying to make that a little more craggy there. Actually, didn't we? There wasn't there one time, Camden, where we did come up with a breakfast cereal of cadmium flakes or something like that, fortified with many heavy metals and other vital minerals for a successful day, all part of a nutrient-rich heavy metal diet. Now I'm starting to visualize a cereal box, Camda, of cadmiums. That's I think that might need to be a sticker. Boy, that's I'll try to remember that, Camda. That I think, well, unless Recoil says, "Hold my beer, I'll take care of that." But yes, that. Oh, that's right. I tried doing it with. I don't think I've tried doing that with GPT. I think I tried doing that with the old thing I was using. I might need to try. Oh, I was trying to do it with the Cheerios. Remember that? We need a cereal box cadmiums. Now we need a bunch of little kids. Yeah, they're yellow, green, and orange, kind of like what with Fruit Loops. Yeah, like Fruit Loops. They're like the heavy metal version of Fruit Loops. Yeah. And you just have a whole bunch of little kids covered in oil paint and stuff like that, whatever. All with brushes and everything. And they'll be eating cadmiums. They can be orange too. Yes, and that's what makes them so popular amongst the youngsters, right, Camda? Is that heavy metal association there? Yeah, that's what makes them so popular amongst the kiddies. It brings in that younger audience, that younger demographic. That's it. Yes, you gotta hit it big with the 18 to 45 demo, right? Or 18 to whatever that demographic is. And of course, well, the cadmiums, that's a gateway product there, leads them into young adulthood. Where's our? Do I have that sticker with all the corn stuff that surface tension did? I don't think I can quite get to it. I would imagine that at Oxide University, or maybe Ferris U, it was their dietary scientist that created it, Cam. Yes, at Ferris U. So now, of course, Cheerios, well, they're made out of soft pretzels, even though they're very colorful, because Cheerio only eats soft pretzels. He does not like crunchy cereal. A little bit more of that. Again, you can kind of see some of our magenta has worked its way. I'm going to try to get a little bit of that up in here as well. Just a subtle little teensy bit up there. Not much. So again, well, now we've been doing this a little over 4 hours, and it's after 4 a.m. here, and we need to get a move on with some more of our. Got to get the rest of those STL files of our Lord of the Rings gummy bears going. again, we'll just bring some of these out here. I still can't believe how this worked. And again, this is that's just a sampling of them right there. And of course, the combo of Saruman and Grima is just absolutely hilarious. And again, look at that. We have the full Isengard treatment there. Again, there's a Treebeard. And yeah, we got ourselves a couple of more ornaments here. So Camda, each one, if the GPT image is good enough to generate it from, each one is 20 credits. So you have to figure, okay, let's just say 30, right? So you got your 20 times, or 20 times 30. So there's your credits just for that. Then there was some, again, those images that I generated for the video and also for other STL files, and those are 30 a pop. And I think I did about 7 of those. That's how you can blow through 1,000 credits really quickly, right? I think I got about 200 credits left. Camda, this is with the extra 1,000 that I got. Because I thought I was going to get 1,000 from filling out that survey. I'm still waiting on that. I have not, I mean, who knows, maybe the email might have come in while I was streaming. I kind of doubt it. Nope, there has been no email from them, so not sure when that's going to happen. So I think I maybe have about 210-ish left, maybe 220, something like that. Now, I think that was about 32 bucks or something like that to get those 1,000 extra ones. But of course now, well, at least I'm that much closer to a new month's worth. Again, if that other 1,000 shows up at least, hopefully by Monday of next week, then we should that should pretty much last it out for the rest of the month. Because between all the other stuff going on, we won't have that much time to fool around with Meshi anyways. And now that we've done, this gigantic, splash of the Lord of the Rings gummy bears there, and again, you get one file and then you get all those retries. So you essentially get 5 chances at one file. And when you do the image generation, it is actually generating 4 images at once. So technically, you're, okay, for your 30 credits, you're getting 4 images. So I think we calculated something like 7.8 or whatever credits per image. So I used, again, blending brush there. We'll use it here. This is a much smaller one, of course. Again, we're not trying to wipe things out here. We're just trying to, again, tone down a few of these harder edges here. So yeah, I mean, again, a lot of work has been done just reorganizing all of these files that I did. That is quite the extra task. So we don't need to generate more on top of that. And then there's that minor thing called Christmas that's coming up, and then the other minor thing called New Year's. And again, I think I will be trying to paint up some of those, when we get down towards, say, the anniversary streams coming up in, again, around December 21st. We'll be doing that special anniversary stream. And I believe we'll maybe be painting a whole bunch of those gummy bears. So again, we're just kind of softening up some of these edges right here. And yeah, we got the black around the edges. The back of them just gonna be Same thing like our Corsair ornaments here, just hitting them with the blackest black there. So a very different subject, but again, kind of the same concepts there, right? With the reflections on the ice slash glacier slash water. Ooh, there's a bunch of thinner on that. Let's get rid of that before we, because that, there we go. These couple, there we are. These ones that are right along the horizon, I had to kind of knock those down just a smidgeola right there. So again, we want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all of those moderations. Let me see if I can zoom out a little more here so you can see. There you go. You can kind of see a bit more of our ornaments there. Again, fabulous ornaments. Couple more of them, and of course our next stream later today is going to be this AON right here. Again, maybe something else. It depends what we can get prepped and ready to go. So yeah, it's most likely will be our for sure miniature right there. I want to say thanks to everybody. Thanks again, Camda, for hanging out. Appreciate you hanging out too there, Recoil. Thank you very much. And of course, thanks for making it possible to kind of get into the meshy thing. Again, it's happened quick, right? I swear it's certainly been less than 2 weeks since I first started messing around with it. It happens quick, it escalates quickly. So thanks again, Armored Wolf. Thanks again, Camda. Thanks again, everybody, for hanging out. I'm going to get that raid countdown underway here. So shoot you a message after the stream there, Recoil. So again, appreciate everything. And look at this, 2 more ornaments. So see you later.